does work. Okay. Yeah. Welcome to New Realities and this very special broadcast of a Morphogenesis forum about the evolution of the human being and consciousness and how we're going to move out of this space that we're in of an old paradigm into something totally new and unknown. MARIANNA LEAH has put together this whole show. And MARIANNA, why don't you explain what we're doing here today?
Sure. Thank you, Alan. I'm so thankful to everyone who is joining us here on the Zoom room and virtually around the world. This is a special webinar about the morphogenesis and the return to our divine blueprint, which is so needed in our current modern day times at this time. So we want to just ask, we have Igor Galibov with us and Alan to kind of just speak a few words before we begin. Alan?
You want Igor to speak first, you're saying? Do you want to just lay out what we're doing? Okay. Why don't you just go over the whole program first and then...
Sure. So we have an amazing presentation by Alan Steinfeld himself about the forces of evolution and the morphogenetic process that is currently encapsulating our planet at this time. We have amazing presenters with us, Phil Gruber, Geraldine Orozco, and Marina Seren, and Igor is coming with us, and as well as Neil Gaur and Jodi Serota will be doing a beautiful, beautiful prayer at the end. So it's an amazing presentation about how the morphogenesis, which is our blueprint to DNA, ourselves morphing into our divine, into our galactic selves, as Marina Seren said in a former interview, becoming the Homo Galacticus. This is our return to our divine blueprint, and we will explore today how we will be doing that. Thank you.
And why is this so important to do now? I'm just curious. Why you?
Because as we are getting ready to make contact with our galactic friends, as we are getting ready to continue shifting in record numbers at this time with everything that's happening around the world, this is such an absolutely incredible presentation to let all of us know how we are able to ourselves morph into our own morphogenesis, recreating our own divine blueprint and rewriting our story, as it is so important at this moment.
So it is a rewriting of where we're going, where we can, and how we're becoming a new race of humans. Oops.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. So should we start with Igor here?
Absolutely.
We're going to begin with yours?
No. With you. Yeah.
So to me, the understanding of this DNA transfer through energy flow itself is a DNA form structure. So that is taking place within our energy fields, and we're actually elevating to that what is already there, and we're embodying that into our physical body. It is an important time frame where I believe not only as humanity moves in, but other dimensional beings are coming in and emerging into this DNA structure that we are existing in. This is happening in our children. This is happening in our everyday environments as we start to see these transformational moments. For me, I can speak very easily that my children, I can see that happening in my children. And not only that, our DNA is changing through our beliefs and our actions, but also we have these outside forces that are implementing and working with us to make sure that our DNA and their DNA is kind of preserved. So it's becoming a unity of the universes into this world that we are existing in. A very simple story I can tell you, I woke up one time on a ship where my kids were laying there as well, and they were injecting a violet color into the energy field beyond that kind of triggers this. This is the environment that she comes to experience life. So that it was, at first, it was very kind of like, wait a minute, this is happening against my will. And I kind of just like, wait a minute, there was a level where I think, agreed upon this. Let's see what happens. As few years went by, I noticed that my youngest daughter, she does not respond to things unless they are coming from the heart space. Her DNA is completely programmed to act and react if a person is in their heart space. If in school their teacher does not come from that space, accept of anything. So this is basically our DNA being programmed to accept only from the space of the heart. And it is very interesting to see these things happen in our own reality, as well as happening in other people's reality. So I just kind of wanted to share that from that perspective of what I have experienced in my own reality. And obviously through our everyday environments, our belief systems, our emotions, and our emotional state plays a big role into our physical body itself. As we elevate that, our physical body also changes in the DNA, because from what I feel within myself, it is the rotational spin of the electromagnetic field within the body, not only outside of the body, that increases, that can sustain the vibration of the higher dimensional experience of the soul. So, Alan, would you like to say anything?
No, I have a whole presentation. So you finished?
Perfect. Go
Are
ahead.
you okay? How is the sound on that, Marianna?
Wonderful. It's wonderful.
Okay, it is good. Okay, I'm just going to put
And
my
Igor,
very
thank
special.
you. Thank you so much.
Thank
That was
you.
wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, I'm glad we have such a real beautiful assembly of leading edge thinkers really here. And so Igor sort of laid out what the spiritual dimensions of that morphogenesis is, but I'm going to go, and this is something I haven't done before, so it might be a little rusty. It's based on a paper I wrote for my master's thesis. It was not part of biology. It was a biology class. So I wrote this paper on my theory of evolution, which includes, of course, morphogenesis. So this is, let me just pull up my PowerPoint. And I just put this together because I had to dig up my paper and find it and put it all. So it's going to be a little bit biological in form, biology based. So let's just play that. Wait, okay, I think I have to pull this up and then go. Okay, I'm going to share my screen now, and let's just see. Here we go. Okay, let's just see. Do you see that on the screen there, my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'm going to go to there.
Beautiful.
So here we go. Morpho,
Beautiful.
we're talking about morphogenesis. So morpho from the Greek for form, genesis means the birth of something new and previously known. The central question in science then, what is the process of evolution? What is the process of creating new forms of being? So that's really what I want to address here. So it is a little rough, but the study or the genesis of new forms is called morphogenesis. How do we create something new? So is this being created from the internal, the external? And I quote Schwaller de Lubitz, who said the riverbed was shaped by the river. So there's some interaction with the external field that shapes our form and our morphology. The way sound shapes the ear. He was a mystic Egyptologist. Light shapes the eyes, and forms, these physical forms are energetic containers. That's sort of where I'm going with all this. But the hard questions of science is, how did creation begin? How did life begin? How did intelligent life begin? And there is no theory of morphogenesis or the real mechanisms of evolution. I'll go into what Darwin says, which is sort of the closest we've had. But evolution is how one species transforms into another. And I think this is what you were getting at, Marianna, as we go from, right, Homo sapien to Homo galacticus, we are becoming a new species. And what constitutes a species is sort of a breedable entities, entities that can breed and reproduce with one another. And if you're not in your species, you can inject, you know, DNA that will create a new species. Is just is with the same species. Because I want a picture of this woman, but she's evolution. It's a constant process of new creation. Basically, we are programmed. This is the quote by means that.
Hey, Alan, can I interject for a second?
The
Alan.
of consciousness came down into form and is
Alan, you there?
Yes.
Yeah, could you stop your video so your bandwidth is stronger? Mariana, I think he left the room. I think he got kicked out.
Oh boy. Oh.
He's back.
So, I think so. So while we wait for Alan, Neil, would you like to jump in and say a few words?
Yeah, well, I think he's coming back right now. But what I'll say is, I love everyone.
That's what happens when you're in the world.
Right? Hey, Alan.
Yes.
Switch your
I'm going to change
off. Switch your video off so your signal's better. There you go. Okay, let's try that.
that better. Because if it's not better, I'll change locations if that might be better, you know?
Yeah.
No, it seems fine right now.
Can you still see that?
Now
All
we
right,
can.
here we go. Okay, so what I'm saying here is there's the evolution of the individual organism back to the great spirit of divine reality. That's what these pictures by Hilma of Klint illustrate. There's the coming from the source into matter, that's called involution. And then there's coming from matter back to the source. These were painted in 1909, and she didn't know anything about biology, this Swedish mystic, Hilma of Klint. So in the central sun here is the source that is where we descend and evolve from. So we descend in levels and levels and levels from consciousness, awareness into, you know, separation from the source. Seven, 12 different levels, and then evolution of our consciousness. And this goes through many forms. Some people say our evolution in consciousness starts as a cell, and we go back. Idea is of consciousness. And this goes back to, how is my sound now? Did I lose you? Neil says I should move.
Well, I think you should move because you're okay.
Why don't
You're going in and out, Alan.
okay? Listen, I'll pick up. Why doesn't someone go now, and I'll move locations and give me about 15 minutes. So Mariana, why don't you just call on somebody, and I want to go to a more stable location. Okay.
Okay, no problem, Alan. You got it.
Okay. So
Okay,
go
Neil,
ahead.
So maybe you could take over now.
And I'll come back. Okay. And okay, I'm gonna shut this.
Okay, Neil. You can go.
All right, I'm gonna tap dance for a few minutes. Well, how's my sound? Because I have low internet too, but I'm good.
No, your sound is perfect. You're
Okay,
great.
okay. Well, what we'll do is I don't really it's been a long day for me, so I don't really feel like sharing anything that's intellectual in this moment. But I do want to breathe with everybody, and I feel that we can just set the energy real quick and expand our auras and encompass the planet, you know, with this frequency and send it out into the cosmos, into all the intergalactic families. So why don't we all, while we're waiting for Alan to come back, why don't we all just take a moment here to just relax and to be comfortable wherever position you're in, whether you're lying down, sitting up. Maybe you want to move your neck around a bit. Just get relaxed, move around. And then just come to a natural sitting position. And what we're going to do in this moment is we're just going to breathe together. Because when two or more breathe together, we can affect a lot of change in the world. Syncing out energies, syncing out breath, harmonizing the technology for Alan's sake, you know. And I want you to just observe your breath just as it is. We're not attempting to change reality. We're not attempting to shift our perception. This right here is an exercise of accepting reality as it is. So you're just going to breathe normally in through your nose, out of your mouth, in through your nose, out of your mouth. And see if you can feel the sensation of the air just touching your upper lip as you're breathing through your nose and out of your mouth. Feel the subtle sensations of the breath going into your body, the life force filling up your lungs, and then expelling out. And as you're doing this, we're going to set 3 intentions. Right now, as you're breathing normally, I want us to set our first intention for the self, for your own self. What is your intention? What is it that you want for yourself? What would you like to cultivate? What would you like to experience? How would you like to feel? Is it connection? Is it self-love? Is it a release of anxiousness? What is your intention for yourself? It could be practical. Do you need some guidance in some way? Do you need some assistance in some way? Are you calling in support? So as you're doing that, just take a moment here. And now I want us all to take a deep breath in with that intention. Deep breath in through the nose. And let it out of the mouth. Another deep breath in through the nose. And let it go. One more time, inhale deeply. Exhale. Now return to your natural breath. Just continue to breathe as your eyes remain closed. And now this intention, we're going to set for the entire planet and all creatures on it, humans, animals, insects, everything on this planet. What is your intention for the collective of planet Earth? What would you like for Earth to experience? Where would you like for Earth to be? What is it that we may really need to manifest on this planet for the betterment of all of humanity and all of the creatures on this planet? Continue to breathe normally as you set this intention. And just know that as we all breathe together, all of our collective intentions are amplifying one another. Imagine that your intention is exponentially increased by all of the people tuning in now and all the people who are tuning in the future. Continue to breathe normally, really focusing on the inhale into your body and the exhale out of your mouth. Feel that breath. Feel your breath. And as your intention is set, let's all take a deep breath in through the nose 3 times again to send that intention to the cosmos. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. All right. We have one more to set. as Alan will probably be back with us soon. Now, this intention is for the multiverse, everyone, okay? Not just the universe, not just the galaxy, but for all the atoms of universes that exist within all creation, all parallel realities, all simultaneous times. This is for the collective harmony of all that is, for the original intention of the want to experience everything in all forms. Send, now as you breathe normally, in through your nose, out through your mouth, just breathe normally, focusing in on your breath. What is your intention for the galaxy, for our galactic family, the multiverse, the universe? Do you want harmony in the cosmos? Do you want awareness spread through the cosmos? Do you want remembrance of all of our incarnations? What is it that we can create in this infinite experience of us, of all that is? We are infinity experiencing itself infinitely. And breathe it in, breathe it out. And remember, as we take these next 3 breaths, we're all contributing to each other's intentions, and we're amplifying it exponentially, sending it out in the cosmos. So on your next exhale, we're going to take our first inhale deeply into the nose, fill up your lungs, inhale. 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 Just keep your eyes closed for a moment and just be with the silence as I guide us through a poem into the spoken word. Meditate and levitate. Waves of frequencies resonate higher. I'm connected to the provider. Source of cosmic energy. We're going to be one single entity. Expansion remedied. Oneness must breathe. Exhale and let free. Consciousness to be. Experiences of you and me. Souls of interdimensional beings to feel, hear, and see this third-dimensional planetary existence. All time can be found in one instance. In this realm of linearity, atoms in anarchy, quantum polarity, the epitome of creation. Facing our egos, acquiring patience, waiting to let go of our nations and join the federation of souls that will take us to the 5th world. One more inhale, everybody. And let it go. All right. Whenever you're ready, let's go ahead and bring ourselves back to the present moment. Thank you. All right. So I don't see Alan back in yet, but you can wait for him a little longer.
Well, we could ask, we were going to have Jodi do the blessing at the end, but Jodi, if you'd like to do the blessing now, that would be fantastic as well. Thank you, Neil, so much. That was absolutely magnificent. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Everyone, close your eyes and take a few deep breaths. And focus on your heart to connect with what Neil was talking about. And as you breathe into your heart space, feel your own morphogenetic field within your body, the structure of your body, the structure of your molecules and atoms, of your soul within your body. And as you breathe, feel that energetic experience of your physical body. There's the soul in your body, then your own body itself, as if it's the container. I think Alan had mentioned that before. But feel the structure, because the morphogenetic field has to do with structure, the formulation of that structure for your purpose. And as you breathe, feel yourself expanding your heart center. And know that that's the energy of love, the source that we're all coming from. the source that we already are. And again, as Neil had mentioned, we're remembering who we already are. So we're already becoming back to the structures of who we are in physical form, in our soul itself, our body, our individualization of ourselves, individualized in a sense, understanding that in human form for what we came here to express through our fields of our energy. So the energy of the inner structure and then the morphogenetic field that we emanate. It's like a lighthouse you emanate, but it's a love house. You never unplug. You are filled with that love, that light. And as that's emanating, your own structure, your molecular structure is emanating within and without, forming the field around you, the emanation of more of who you are, combining the energy of knowing, of physicality, as well as your etheric energy, which you are already. This is just one incarnation in a physical form, on a physical planet, with other people, not just humans, animals, insects, again, like Neil had mentioned, that we're here in collaboration with all. But we've forgotten and we became individualized to a point of forgetting our fullness of our own morphogenetic field that continues out into all dimensions. It continues out from where we came from, where we're coming to. We're realigning with the truth of who we are. In a way, we're morphing back to the original form, the original structure, the innate structure of who we are in every form that we take. But our original form is that field, that source energy. And with that, we tap into the collective. But when we tap into the collective, especially now on this planet of human experience, well, actually the earth itself and all inhabitants, many of us are tapping into all the fear and the anxiety and the survival nature. So we want to tap into the morphogenetic field that everyone has, that we're all part of that greater understanding, whether it's on the earth, in the earth, on the earth, beyond the earth, whether it's connected to the star systems, the planets, and beyond the beyond. Whether we're starseeds, hybrids, indigos, walk-ins, or whatever else we could possibly be. What we all really are in that collective morphogenetic field is love. It's an all-inclusive frequency. So we want to tap into the highest understanding of that field. Not that there's a lower understanding of some of that, and that comes from karmic patterning, karmic reactions to things that we've been through, filters that we've created around ourselves, which gave us a perception of being separated. You know, we maintain our individualization in our own particular structure of our soul in what we intended to be in this incarnation. But we also, the innate intention is love. It's an all-inclusive frequency. If it's a different tone or it's like a different tone of something, or if it has any conditions, it's not the same frequency. So it's not love. It's an illusion of that. So as we breathe and we emanate, we start to emanate and feel our own energy around us, emanating but staying within the body and feeling the connection to the body. So the structure is within the physical and the etheric realm simultaneously. We're here to bring the energy of the physical as we raise that frequency to meet the higher frequency of our souls, and then to emanate that out, but to connect not only on the earth plane, but to connect to all the different dimensions, time frames, metaverses, and beyond. And as we do this, we're connecting to a greater understanding of the morphogenetic field of all that exists. And the energies, I work a lot with sound and channeling, but also sound and working with clearing karma, but the energy of the vibrational languages that come through are to help us to remember who we are before karmic patterning began on the earth in relation to the stars, the planets, the beyond, and all the beings that exist in all different dimensions and time frames and throughout all time, space, and dimensions. So as we're talking about the morphogenetic field now, the entire field, we tap into the higher field with, that's all love, and that's an integrative energy. So as I bring through these languages help to redirect our structures back to itself, to remember that truth that already exists. So it's like if perceiving us as sort of dismembered, bringing us back to remember, bringing us back. So listen to these vibrational light languages to bring us back, to connect back to, or just to remember that we are all connected to these fields that already exist, that are from all of us as one. So we're coming back to remember oneness, unified understanding for the goodness of all, redirecting our molecular structure inwardly and out. Barashani Mrakalakim Selashitar Umahanare Kurshki Shandarum Are Inyana, just keep breathing. Inyana Kuna Neru, and hold an intention to be part of, to remember yourself and feel and know yourself as the part of the morphogenetic field within and without. Feeling your connection to all time, space, and dimensions, remembering yourself as being multidimensional. That's what part of these languages do. They recreate, they redirect you back to remembering yourself before karmic patterning began on the earth, before humans even inhabited the earth. To remember who we are from that perspective, and then to know that we're connected to everything beyond the earth. And then we're also awakening your codes of your consciousness, well, your gifts, your individualized gifts, but are part of the collective whole. Amani sakalimane, amarere kuroshanane dor, arumare kiani sharar, alianaki sadaruku. To remember the sacredness of who you are, but to remember the sacredness of our planet and beyond the beyond the beyond. So that it's all inclusive. It's love energy, the source of God consciousness, goddess consciousness. Asana Malaki, awakening your masculine and feminine within your own being. Redirecting everything so that you can work together within and without and become greater than the sum of the parts. Asamania tianakania tana manaki sharagor. Amare kurumare kashanaraku. Amanashina nekiana kurisharakur. Aleki salaki 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 sado. And allowing for all the highest of your own guides to be present with you. Asungo shani miriatarumare, to help us to restructure, to allow for it. We don't have to do anything. We just have to breathe. Again, like Neil was helping us to do, to just breathe in and breathe out and feel the energy of our own morphogenetic field from within, from without, that continues and continues and continues to the point where you can't even remember or know how far we continue out, but we can feel that energetic connection. Asanimanakiana, we make a difference by coming into our rightful sense of ourselves in relation to the greater whole. Anan hepeketo ni palaki nondo tikaraki tokoraki taraki arabari shatari ni marikina makata ro maritare avrakina na dete kurumana ni shukutungirate tumbarite parakinda pangate umbatyang wang yang yinango tingyak yanga tongori tan. Allowing yourself to let go of all erroneous thought forms and perceptions and belief systems, any conditions you placed on yourself or had anyone else place them upon you. Achanani Marashata, letting go of all karmic patterning that has kept you in a perception of limitation. In this morphogenetic field, we are tapped into everything that is because we are part of that same whole. Punyam nienna nukur, harinare kunare nare ramanotor, makuinyang wanginyang dokotikim barakita 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 maragiradi doton matinate, regenerating and rejuvenating our whole systems and bringing us into more of an awareness now of the truth of who we are. Why we're even bothering to be here on this earth, where it's a 26,000-year cycle, where we're here a fourth time to be able to finally move beyond where we've been, which we've gotten past that point, but we're ready to make that next step. That's why part of Marianna brought us all together to remember that we really have a chance to make this happen now. There's an alignment of so much energy pouring into the planet, helping us to transmute anything that's in the way of remembering ourselves as oneness. We're here on the planet to remember oneness, unity consciousness, unity for all of us in relation to everything that exists beyond the beyond the beyond. So take a few deep breaths, open your hearts, feel the love in yourself, to yourself, from yourself, feel the love of the earth herself, feel the energy of all that is on this planet, not just humans, just to imagine that you are part of the entire greater whole. Start to intend that, start to pay attention to that. Intention is very important now because we can make things happen so much more quickly now, especially if we have a higher intention. So tap into the higher intention of the greater consciousness of all of us, and the morphogenetic field of everything that there is. And know that animals live like this naturally. There's actually a documentary I saw this morning, out of nowhere, it just showed up on my screen, and it was called Herd. And it's about a woman who works with horses and brings people to a countryside to just be in existence with nature and start to become part of the morphogenetic field of the horses. They were wild horses and they sort of follow each other and do work together. That might be a suggestion. It's very beautiful. So feel us as we are sort of a herd, a group, that we are individualized, our own personalities, but we're part of this greater whole. And it's for the goodness of the entire tribe, herd, whatever you want to call it, all of existence. So as you breathe, just feel your heart opening. And give yourself permission to allow your heart to stay open more than it ever has before, to feel that you're part of something. You're making a difference by being here, not just on this call, but also in the world. So hold good intentions for yourself. Never give up hope. Know that we're guided and supported as we go along from each other and from the higher realms. And we are part of everything. And that's why all of this contact is starting to come in now, and we can finally feel more comfortable starting to be part of this and know we're part of it all. So take a few deep breaths. Feel the love of everyone in this group. Know that this group together can make a difference by being together, as we breathe together, as we focus intentions together, as we hold our hearts together and allow us to merge into each other, knowing that we will never lose our sense of ourselves. We just become greater than the sum of the parts. So take a few deep breaths. Give thanks and gratitude for all that there is, for ourselves, for each other. And thank you, everyone, for letting me be on this with you all. Thank you so much. Lots of love.
Thank you, Jodi.
Alan's back.
And better than ever. But, thank you for jumping in there, Marianna. Yeah, I was at a hotel and now I'm in a much stable environment. But I really appreciate everything Neil and Jodi said, because I was going to be a little too left brain, and Jodi and Neil brought it back into the right brain. But I also think here to be whole brain, you know. So we've been overly left brain, and our tribe tends to be very right brain, which is fine, but I want to bring in some of the intellectual understanding and try to merge it with, what this evolutionary impulse is really about, which is becoming a new species, right? It's becoming something we have yet to experience, but the evolution, it's about evolution. So we're evolving towards something unknown. And I will be a little left brain saying that the whole idea of morphogenesis came from the understanding of morphogenetic fields. We, as humans, live in a particular field of energy that's non-local. I'll go into where the origins of that came from. I'll share the screen. If I get too left-brained, let me know. So this was called, it really started collectively with what's called the 100th monkey effect. In 1952, this island of Japan were giving potatoes to monkeys, dropping them in the sand, and the monkeys would eat it. But one genius monkey, this 18-year-old female monkey named Emo, began to wash her potatoes in the ocean. And she taught this to her mother and her playmates. And then 6 years later, every monkey on the island was washing their potatoes because it was better to eat, it tastes better, and you could eat more of it once the sand was washed off of it. So when a critical number of monkeys were washing their potatoes, something like 100 monkeys, then scientists observed that the washing of potatoes jumped from that island that was isolated to other islands of monkeys of the same species that all began to wash their potatoes for no reason. It was like in the collective awareness of that species. So what they were saying is when there's a critical mass of understanding about a level of something, everyone starts to have that understanding. It's sort of like this example here of there. Like give a baby a cell phone and you know exactly what to do. They really do. They come into the field already geared to kind of be at the speed that the, in a way, lowest common denominator is. So children pick up the new technologies much better because they're already born into the field, into the morphogenetic field. It's already encoded into them. So there are three levels, at least, of morphogenetic fields. There's the personal, there's the community, there's the planet, there's more, there's the galactic, there's levels and levels. But as we talk about morphogenesis and species, we're talking about the human morphogenetic field because it's what we're becoming. We're becoming a new species of being. And let's just talk a little bit about evolution. Evolution, Darwin said, was created by random mutation. That it was called the survival of the species. And he said these mutations, the chance mutations, produce some species, some animals, individuals that would survive and others wouldn't. It's the survival of the fittest, the strongest survives. This became social Darwinism. The person with the most power was the best off. And that led to a whole downfall of understanding, a more decent understanding or level of evolution came from Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, but he was ignored. He says there's an intelligence behind life, and organisms evolve because they intend to evolve. Lamarck invented the word biology because he wanted to know the science of life. What Darwin said was not a science. He said it was a random mutation. So basically, in red here, Lamarck said it is the needs which cause the development of certain parts. Intention gives birth to new forms that previously did not exist. While Darwin says the stronger, more aggressive individual wins. He failed to see that cooperation was a more effective means of survival than competition. So this takes us back to really basic biology, So I want to just, are you following me, everybody? Everybody good? Okay, good. Well, Stone is shaking her head. Yes, that's good. Okay. So it is, yes. So let me go back to my PowerPoints here. Where was it? Okay, here we go. Can you see that on your screen there? Yes. Prokaryotes, is that up on the screen? Anybody? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
you
see and hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So the earliest cells were single cells. They were floated around by themselves for 2 billion years. There were only single cells, and they would take in the carbon from the air of the early forming Earth, and they'd breathe out a toxic gas called oxygen. Oxygen was toxic to these single cells. So what happened was there was a critical point where there was hardly any more carbon dioxide to breathe, and was only oxygen, and nature created a new form. Nature created these new cells that could breathe oxygen. They were these more complex cells. This is very basic biology. I'm sure there's biology majors who would not agree with this, but this new complex cell incorporated other cells within them to become a rich internal environment. So we went from single cells to a much more complex cell that could actually breathe in the toxic gas called oxygen and create new forms. It was this basic structure that started to create multicellular organisms. And I got this little interview I do with Bruce Lipton, who talks a little bit about this. He calls this the synergy of awareness, and this is key.
Our evolution is not an evolution of individuals. Our evolution is an evolution of community. That before there were multicellular organisms on this planet, there were only single cells. For billions of years, all there were just single cells carrying out their own lives. But what happened was the cells recognized that they could increase their survival by gaining more awareness. But awareness was the membrane. So how do you gain? Well, you can either make bigger and bigger cells, or you can take groups of cells, plug them together, and let their membrane share information.
Right, because a membrane will only hold so much and then it break apart. Right.
The keyboard is only so big.
Right. So we hooked up with other cells.
Okay. You create a multicellular organism. So amoebas created us.
Okay.
In reality, I am a bustling community of 50 trillion amoebas working in a community, sharing jobs and labor. Why? To create a living entity that will survive.
Right.
Human beings, individual humans, each one of you, each one of us is a cell in a larger community coming together to share awareness to create one living organism, and it would be called humanity.
Okay.
We are not humans until we create humanity. When we create humanity, which is when we all recognize that we're all cells in the same living organism and work in a coherent fashion, we have then created the next level of evolution.
Now, the community of humans are
a multicellular organization which comes together and makes a wholeness. Okay, now, but here's the interesting part. It sort of like jumps like bootstrapping itself. One cell later becomes a human, which later becomes humanity. And when humanity is complete, the earth as an organism completes its evolution. It's a living, breathing, pulsing Gaia. It is now complete. When it is complete, when the cell completed its evolution, what was its next level of recourse?
to hook up with other cells.
Right. And when the human completed its evolution, what was it? To hook up with other humans.
Right.
When the earth completes its evolution, we are then at the level of a unity with a voice of unity that allows us to speak as a one, which will allow us to speak with other ones.
Beautiful. Thank you.
So does that make sense? Do you get that? The thing that I like about what Bruce says here is this idea of the synergy of awareness. When cells connect with each other. So one cell has one level of awareness and another cell has another. But when they come together, before they become a multicellular organism, they're two cells in a colony, each having their own separate awareness. The key, and what no one understands, is how does one cell connect with another? Like, how do all the cells in your body form the singularity of your awareness? That is a mystery. That is something, the synergy of awareness is really the mystery of who we are and who we're becoming. So we are all cells in a bigger organism called humanity. That is really the key to our evolution, but we just think we're separate, right? So something has to happen that will form a synergy of awareness, just like all the cells in your body are focusing to make you think the single thought right now. That's a synergy that's happening in your body. Our evolution as a morphogenetic race of evolving beings is coming together so we each are aware of the synergy of consciousness and all connecting, contributing to this bigger being, contributing to something beyond the individual. And so let me just go into what I mean in as far as a morphogenetic field. When we do that, we create a different morphogenetic field. When we get this synergy of awareness, the field shifts. At least that's my understanding. So here we go. Here, let me just share that. That was that. Okay. Now this is single cells coming together. When you come together to be an organism, each of these cells contributes to the single awareness of the organism. They're no longer separate. They are in a sense, but they're also connecting to each other to form the greater mind. This happens on a human and plant level. Individual cells come together, they form organs or like individual awareness to create the being itself. This takes us to what the idea of morphogenetic fields. These are fields that exist as causative potential that generate physical actualities. So the field is what creates the structures. Morphogenetic fields are not really physical. They're not really exist in form, but they're hyperdimensional. And according to Sheldrake, are responsible for novel forms. He says the organization of cells, tissues, coordinate the whole determined by a blueprint that's not in the body, but it's in the field. We, all us humans, share a same morphogenetic field. So let me just, now in normal evolution, they say that there's this called punctuated evolution. You know, Darwin says things evolve because things evolve because of adaptation. One species is in an environment, the climate changes, and they grow warmer or thicker fur to be in that. But that is just adaptation. That does not create the new species. Science doesn't know how one species becomes another species because they're not aware of morphogenesis or the morphogenetic field. But they do notice in the fossil record that there's these moments where suddenly a new species appears and then suddenly, and there are no in-between species. They can't understand it. If Darwin is right, which he's not, there should be processes of things sort of looking like an elephant and then becoming an elephant. But there is no predecessor to the elephant, no matter what kind of story science makes up. Elephants just appear. They may be off-world animals. They may be alien. I think they probably are, like dolphins and whales. They say there were animals that lived on land and went back into the ocean, but that's a story that science makes up because they can't explain the actuality of mammals living in the ocean. I think whales and dolphins are off-world animals for sure. So I think elephants are. I think there's lots. So, you know, I'll just get to the key here is that, like the 100th monkey, The number that goes out for humans to start to contemplate a new form is 144,000. If there were 144,000 of us that knew we were all connected, this would create the genesis of a new race of beings, of a new species of humans. Some people say 144,000, some people say 144 million. Somehow the 12 times 12 is a key factor. I mean, we'll see, but as we do these talks, as we start to spread the consciousness of new beingness, more people start to understand we're part of a greater cosmos. And when the critical number of people realize that we're part of a universe full of life, that there are beings coming here, that will make a leap into the collective awareness of all humans and say, of course, how could we not think that there were? But it takes a critical number to change the morphogenetic field of a species. And some people think that's critical number. So the key factor, though, is not just changing our minds, but what really drives the engines of evolution that Darwin or even Lamarck or even the neo-Darwinists that are talking about evolution is the cosmic energies, the radiation. Now, man-made radiation is bad, and some solar radiation is good in small doses, but not too much. But there is a steady impulse of cosmic radiation coming from the sun. It's coming from the Earth's magnetic field as it fluctuates. And the key factor, it's coming from, at least as far as we know, the center of the galaxy. There are emanations of waves. And I think those waves creates moments of punctuated evolution where one species can take advantage of this energetic effect and become a new species. So this is what we're coming into, is this new solar cycle. There's new galactic waves coming from the center of the galaxy and probably a collection of galaxies. And so this timing is to ignite new levels of awareness within our conscious field to become the new species. This thing just doesn't happen. They happen because of environmental effects. So I put all this together in a chart here. It's not adaptive change, but there's an emergence of a whole new species. So this down here, if you see is the biological entity with their genes within the field, the morphogenetic field that's related non-locally to all the other biological entities of that species. Local influence will only create adaptive change, but celestial effects create a morphogenetic change that changes our behavior, changes our awareness, which changes our genes. Epigenetics is the science that your genes can change, that the genes that we inherit are subject to change and pass down those changes to offspring. So as we evolve, we are changing our DNA so our offsprings evolve and the conscious field evolves. So this is my little chart. I have a whole paper about this, how really celestial effects of positive radiation change the morphogenetic field of our species and lots of other species. And that's what we're coming into, a greater range of energetic particles that are actually unlocking codons within the DNA to become a new species. And the key is this galactic center ray. And I feel like, or some people call it the photon, but whatever you want to call it, is influencing us now to think differently and create a greater field so we can become the next being. This is a illustration by Kamara Jones. I love her work because she illustrates what it is to be the meta-human with a new morphogenetic field. This is morphogenesis right here. As we become the new species, we take on new forms. We become more bioluminous. We become more multidimensionally aware. We start to access light language is multi-dimensional understanding, so we can understand things on many, many levels at once. We start to change our morphogenetic field with intention. That's why we're all here today, is to intentionally upgrade the human race from the animal to the divine, changes our structure actually, and we resonate with more light. So we're really becoming more light infused as part of our evolutionary frequency as we come Homo galacticus, as my friends the Hertogs say. We're becoming light beings. We're changing the biophotonic resonance within the cell to have more light. That's affecting the morphogenetic field of our species. So we radiate more light to become the evolutionary new species that we're right at the threshold of embracing. So that's sort of my little presentation. I hope it makes sense. I hope it, any questions, Marina? You look interested. No. Did that make sense? It did? Okay.
It did,
Because
Alan. Thank you, Alan.
Okay.
Can you add just one more thing before Marina takes over?
Sure.
As far as, because since you are the genius and behind the Making Contact.
Making Contact, book, yeah, okay, yes.
And as I've stated previously before in other interviews, Alan's definitely a big mentor of mine. So I'm humbled by the fact that he's doing this. It's an amazing presentation that you just put on. How do our lineages, our star-seeded lineages, fit in to our current morphogenesis at this time?
Well, that is a really good question. So as we are more hybridized, as we embrace consciously these beings, as we let them into our field of awareness, our field shifts, as we recognize more possibilities in our conscious awareness, that awareness shifts the field of the species. We are shifting the field by bringing in more consciousness, just like those single cells that gathered together to form a synergy of awareness. They took on a new morphogenetic field. We, as we embrace the other, are taking on a new morphogenetic field that's activating more potentials in our brain, in our cells, in our light structures. So the higher the interaction, the higher vibrations that we embrace, because that's key to change, is vibratory fields. So and we're on this planet with so many people and so many levels of vibratory field that we don't notice how important it is to keep our vibration high by thinking positive, by loving, by bringing in light, by emitting joy. Those are frequencies that emanate a higher level. And of course, there's other things that bring us down. I mean, I don't want to make a judgment, but people smoke cigarettes, drink alcohol, all that, if that works for them in their vibratory field, great. But for me, it doesn't work. So we're here, like I actually mentioned this, Marina, we're here in a mystery school at this level. We are initiates in the mystery school to maintain the higher vibration so we can at least be at the forefront of this evolutionary change. So we have to keep ourselves as highly charged as we can through all the energies that are available to us, fresh water, clean food, fresh air. All these help the vibration of our of this biological being, because we're talking about morphogenesis, which is still the embodiment of consciousness within a biological form. And that biological form, as it morphs, it can hold a greater consciousness. So yes, consciousness creates the biology, but biology also accesses the consciousness. Did that answer your question, actually?
Absolutely. That was perfect. And I think Marina should add to that.
I love Marina to add to that because I respect where she's coming from. And she is actually someone I feel is at that point of evolution. She is bringing in the evolutionary factors with her openness and her intelligence. So yes, Marina, I'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I enjoyed a lot of your presentation. It was really scientific minded, but also really connected to the heart space. But I think Stone Hobbit had something to say before I start, because she was raising.
Yes, Stone Hobbit. I wasn't looking at the chat. Sorry. Stone
That's
Hobbit,
all right,
please.
all right. Do you want me to ask a question or?
Yeah, you can ask a question. Sure, let's talk.
I just wanted to say thank you. You're actually speaking my language.
Right.
They showed me, I had light beings come one day and they showed me through the structure of the pine tree and the light energies and the, you know, everything that you described. And then they threw me into phlebotomy. So I actually got to see living cells go through, you know, their age progression. And as they got older, they came together and worked as a unit so they could last longer. So everything that you was talking about, I actually physically got to see, and it's beautiful where we're at. Beautiful.
Yeah.
So thank you for sharing it.
Well, thank you for validating, you know, my research and thesis. You know, no one, I was really trying to understand what were the forces of evolution, and no one knew what, it wasn't the Darwinians, because species that change by growing longer necks or whatever, you know, fur, I mean, maybe longer necks, they're stretching into a new morphogenetic field, they're creating giraffes, but what we're at the point of is becoming a new species, not just adapting to change, but dealing with the stresses of the cosmos and changing eternally to adapt and go to a new level of complexity. That's also part of my theory and include. But as we go to a new theory of complexity, we can hold more energy as well. That's part of the key to who we are individually and collectively. So thank you. Okay, Marina, it's all yours.
Thank you, Alan. Well, so I wanted to start my presentation with my own, well, with the general explanation of what morphogenesis is. And it's basically the mutation of the collective genetic blueprint because of the due to the evolution of consciousness of that collective, which is the orchestration of the evolution of all individuals inside that matrix, you know, inside that integral, you know, of consciousness, that is informing simultaneously. It's in this constant exchange of information or communication with each other, with the higher fractal of the species, you know. So numerology and geometry, it's, for instances, the language of the universe. You know, we know that, we see it everywhere in physics, semiotics, you know. And genetics, in this case, genetics will be the language of consciousness. And how these two relate to each other, it's that this sacred geometry, sacred numerology, it's embedded in the genetic blueprint of all life forms in the universe, which means that every life, every organism that exists ever in the cosmos, in its DNA, this divine life codes, blueprints of the Christ consciousness, of God, of Creator, are encoded in its own genetic blueprint. If it didn't, it couldn't exist. And that's why certain genetic combinations make it out to exist eventually, and some other not, because they do not contain these frequencies. So in terms of evolution, there is a point in time in which we as a collective, we deactivated the connection of these specific codes of light, of you know, these specific frequencies. And so right now, because there is the birth of a new cycle of evolution for humanity, the sun of our solar system, it's starting to radiate really specific electromagnetic wave of photons, and it's in which this really specific, really intelligent information light codes for life are encoded in those light waves that are informing us of the next phase of evolution for all forms of life in the solar system. Because the central sun and the sun of our solar system, it's kind of like the director of this orchestra of evolution, you know. It's like this fractal of the solar system that it's aware of all pieces of itself and thus know what specific information to share, you know, to radiate to all its forms of life, to all its children, let's say. And so, well, right now, it's really also important to make this connection between the genetic DNA structure and other structures of our consciousness, such as Kundalini energy and the brain hemispheres and the poles of the earth, the geomagnetic poles of the earth. In all of these structures, we see this polarity. You know, we see that we have the North Pole and we have the South Pole. We have the right hemisphere of the brain, we have the left hemisphere of the brain. Well, this, and in our DNA structure, we have this, you know, form, this shape that it's the same as the shape of the geometry of a harmonic, you know, of the frequency that is a harmonic, you know, like two strands that are intertwining with each other. That's the same geometry because it's all interconnected. So pretty much it's all connected because when there is a Kundalini awakening, your DNA becomes activated, you know. The Kundalini awakening, it's the intertwine between the feminine energies and the masculine energies. And it comes from the below levels of your consciousness. So when there's a Kundalini awakening or activation, this vortex energy, it starts to produce more fluctuations, to become bigger, to start to vibrate faster. And so, and reach from the bottom of your body to the upper chakras of the chakra system. So this is when the right side of your brain and your left side of the brain are started to mimic exactly those, that dynamic, that frequency dynamic. The right side of the brain and the left are interconnected. They are connected via harmonics. So this frequency and this frequency, they are always harmonizing with each other to create that experience of consciousness, because without one polarity or aspect of this duality system of consciousness, you know, feminine and masculine, right and left, mathematics, creativity, you know, etc., consciousness will not be possible, because that's the law of the universe. There is duality. Structure needs a meaning, and meaning needs a structure. You wouldn't have a structure without a meaning because it wouldn't exist, and you wouldn't have a meaning without a structure because it wouldn't mean anything either. So both of them needs to contain each other to exist, like a mirror of reflections. So when you are having this Kundalini activation, as it travels across the chakra system to the upper parts of your body, to the upper chakras, the above is informing the below, and the below is informing the above. So there is these two vortices of energies, the one that materializes itself or that comes from the above to the below, and the one who comes from the below to the above. And that's when you see the Merkaba, the structure of the Merkaba, of the merged triangle, and the triangle that is looking at, you know, opposite, you know, to the, that is struck, because that is how our body is, our energetic body is presented. That's the structure of the two vortices connecting with each other and integrating each other. So pretty much the Kundalini awakening, it's about releasing all negative beliefs or frequencies that are not in harmony with your true self in the chakra system as it goes outwards, so that both of those vortex energies can harmonize with each other when it comes to harmonics. And in that process, the hemispheres of the brain, the right and the left, start to harmonize. And that's why eventually consciousness began to understand itself better. Because when there's a harmonization, a perfect balance between the masculine and the feminine, the right brain and the left brain, you can see, better the structure of your own consciousness, of the universe, because they are reflected, they contain each other. Both polarities create each other in order to exist. So you see, that's why you see that the pineal gland system start to become activated, because the pineal gland, it's in the middle between these two hemispheres, and that's when you open your vision and you are establishing these dynamics in your consciousness, in the expression of your consciousness, in which you start to become aware of the outside as you become aware of the inside, because again, those polarities contain each other. So there's a point in which these feminine and masculine energies of the Kundalini, once they become integrated, there can be presented another strand of energy. And that is exactly what a third strand will represent in a DNA that has evolved eventually to become to this level of integration of the masculine and the feminine. That's why there are beings that have 3 strands in their DNA eventually in the future instead of 2, because this level of duality and polarity has been transcended, has been integrated. So that's what may happen, will eventually happen in the future, that we will acquire a 3rd strand in our DNA. And so talking about, for instances, the becoming of the Homo Galacticus, well, that event, it's like another step in evolution, another a repetition of the step that you go forward when you start your personal awakening, because it all goes in cycles of energies. And the structure of existence, it's presented itself in all levels of consciousness, because consciousness, it's fractal, it has many layers, it's multidimensional. And so the structure above, it's the same as below, and in all levels, it repeats itself. It's the pattern, it's the structure. So when an individual eventually gets to awake to who they truly are, they do it by reflecting with those individuals that are present in their own collective, as well as the ones who are below. There is those dynamics of exchange of information going on for the purpose of, eventually getting the reflections that you need about what aspects of yourself you're holding on to that are not in harmony with your true self, so that you can tune them, so that you can release them, you can harmonize them, and then become harmonized with the outer reflection of yourself, which is your own collective consciousness, your own species. So when in a species, this eventually is done, when you become integrated with your own belief systems about who you are in terms of your own collective, which is one of the first scenarios that you're presented to make this expression of consciousness, then you experience the reintegration with the collective consciousness of your own species, of your own race, so that you can then continue this exploration of consciousness and this process of integration of your own self, of more of who you truly are, but on a higher level. And that is what the Homo Galacticus is about. When you are actually operating in a 4th density consciousness, because you have actually achieved that level of awareness, that you are one with your own collective consciousness, with your own species. Now you become the Homo Galacticus, because now you're ready to continue that same process, but with other species that have also achieved that level of integration and realization about aspects of their own consciousness. So it will be a period of evolution for humanity in which we eventually will be able to interact more consciously with this other consciousness, so that we start to navigate more in higher densities of ourselves that are in tune with our collective consciousness. And so that reminds me of the idea of adaptation of the environment that Alan was talking about. And it's a really important thing to understand. It's the relevancy or the importance of a planet for this to eventually happen. Many people think that a species could evolve naturally in an artificial spacecraft or, you know, outside of the universe or whatever. And actually, the point is that they will eventually be able to survive, but not evolve at all. They need a link to a planet. They need a link to a collective consciousness of a planetary matrix because it's like the perfect scenario or environment for a collective or even an individual to have eventually these communications, these dynamics of exchange of information and reflections, outer reflections, so that they can eventually achieve more understanding of their own self or of their own true self. So eventually, a species that lives in a planet and it's linked to a planetary consciousness, the environment represents this perfect matrix that has in its integral all these different beings and collectives of all different spectrums or layers of consciousness from different densities, like first density, second density, third density, fourth density, so that they all work together in this orchestra of exchanges of information and reflections, so that each individual gets a higher understanding of who they are by, let's say, making these connections, harmonizing these inner connections of their own self, of their own multi-layer, multidimensional consciousness into a level of harmony. So that's why in evolution we see that there is a change of exchange of energies. So that's why we see that second density, for instance, as a species, have to feed with first density, and the third density individuals or species have to feed or interact, with the second layers, with the second density and the first density, and the third with the second, and the fourth with the third. And it goes like this up to the higher layers of density of consciousness. Because, for instances, when there is an exchange of energy, when we eventually, for example, feed from another organism, the energy, the physical energy of an organism, we are not just exchanging physical energy, we're not just feeding from their physical energy, but there is a natural exchange of information, of energies, of consciousness in between the spirit realm of that species and ours. So eventually, this chain in evolution of consuming others' energies, it's established as a norm so that evolution gets to be possible, because the way that you relate to other organisms, to other species and other beings from other lower layers and upper layers of density, it's the reflection of how you operate, how you relate to those specific aspects of those layers of consciousness of with yourself. So in that process of becoming harmonic with those layers, with those levels of density, all those reflections of your own self, because you are everything in your reality, you're all one with your own reality. Those are all just reflections of your very own self. When you eventually achieve this harmony with those aspects, you also do it with yourself. So you get to evolve to a higher level of consciousness, a higher density, because you become more in harmony, in peace with those aspects of yourself. And that's what morphogenesis it's about. It's taken approach of all these different reflections of your very own consciousness and seeing where you need to make a change, where you need to become more in harmony with your own very own self or essence, so that you are ready to reintegrate yourself to higher and higher aspects of yourself that represent an integral of consciousness, a matrix of consciousness that encompasses, that contains all of the lower levels of your own consciousness in perfect harmony, so that you continue the process beyond and above. And to finish this, my presentation, I would love to read a little text that I channeled back some months ago. It talks especially about evolution. And it says, evolution is not an action of will. Evolution is a constant of the universe that flows through and within all of us simultaneously and at the same pace in the course of time. What it is a matter of action is change, the will of making the choice of deciding to shift and expand your consciousness to a higher and more integrated understanding of itself.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you. I just have a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind. Are you saying this is happening now because of what I sort of said, also the cosmic radiation, something's amping up? What was that factor that's making this a critical moment in history?
It's all tied to numerology and sacred geometry. It's a law of the universe. So because there is an emerging new cycle of energy, new cycle of evolution for the whole planetary consciousness, which is Gaia. All beings, all species that are part of that matrix, of that integral, are going to eventually experience this Myers shift. They are all, not just humanity, all of them, because we live in that one same matrix, because we are part of that same fractal that, you know, contains all of us.
So what is the essence of that shift? I mean, where is it? You're saying numerology, like the year we're in, which seems to be a sort of artificial creation, because really there are no years within the cosmos. So it seems like there's more cosmic factors to me, like the lack. Yeah, right. Talk about how they converge together.
Connected. That's the point. That even though years, it's a perception. The way that we relate to time, the way that we organize time, this goes all back into the history of Anunnakis, of how they presented the information about how we organize time, how we created our calendars, how we even get to size time and space in terms of minutes, hours, etc. That was not just like something created that we eventually came up with. That is knowledge, that is really intelligent information that it was given by the Anunnaki to us, so that we could relate to the matrix of space and time in relationship with what specific period, what phase of our evolution we were dealing with. So for instances, that's why there is 60 seconds, 60 minutes, because if you see the Sumerians, eventually they use mathematics based in 60, not in 10. You know, They gave us this knowledge because they know and they understood sacred geometry and how it relates to consciousness. So
maybe you can explain just one thing to me, if you don't mind, this convergence of 10 and 12, you know, those interspersing numbers that seem to be in conflict, that might have to do with the Anunnaki versus the other mindsets here. You know, the 10 and 12, like, you know, December means 10, but it's the 12th month. And so there's this shift from base 5 to base 6. And there seems to be this time conflict within the counting cycle. That is this, you know, we're moving from 5 to 6. So talk about that a little bit from your understanding.
Sure, in my understanding, the fact that we use the 12 instead of 10 or eventually 13, it's because the Anunnakis understood that, or wanted, some of them desired, that we were trapped in the third density, in the third dimension, which is carbon-based. And carbon, it's the number 6.
Right.
So 6, it's all about polarity. It's 3 and 3. It's 3 of one triangle that is looking down and 3 of one triangle that is looking up. They understood that system of polarity, that it was 6. So instead of 13 months, which will mean that we will be in synchronicity with, we will be aligned with the number that represents the end of a cycle. If we look at the Fibonacci sequence, they made it the organized time. They gave us this organization of time, which is 12, so that it will be connected to the atomic structure of our DNA, which it was meant for them to be, it was desired for them to be carbon-based, so that we will be trapping polarity. And if you look at the zodiac system, we have 12. Right. But eventually some scientists or astrologers are starting to realize that maybe there will be a 13 element in that structure, in that map. It's all interconnected. So we need to understand that astrology, numerology, our own genetics, like all is connected. So that's why there was 12 months. Right. It was given to
13 is also connected to the feminine, 13 moon cycles within a year. So the 13 is key. One more question. So what is the big shift that's coming? What is the big change? When do you think it'll happen? And what will we become?
It's happening now. It's a process. It's the process of ascension. And as all processes and shifts, it's made of, smaller and smaller processes and cycles, because again, cycles of evolution are frequencies. They are harmonics, and they divide itself in smaller harmonics. So what we need to understand is that just by going through our own inner reflections and our own processes of awakening, we're aligning with that big shift, which represents ascension and the evolution of humanity. So right now there's a pole shift, and the North Pole and the South Pole are changing its position. This is connected to all systems, all duality systems, as I was saying, electromagnetic fields of the consciousness of Earth, the hemispheres of the brain, the Kundalini vortex energies, the telluric lines of the Earth, all of it is interconnected. And that's why we are expressing and experiences this changing within our etheric light bodies, our physical bodies, and our mental bodies, and our DNA. So now we're in a process in which we are harmonizing those dualities, those polarity energies, the masculine and the feminine. And that's why we're so connected to the idea of integrity, of balance. We need to achieve that balance if we want to be part of this ascension towards the 4th density. And many people are becoming a little bit confused when it comes to densities and dimensionals, because they often talk about going to the 5th dimension, and that is not truth. What they need to understand is that consciousness cannot jump over densities. The next level, it's the 4th density. What it has been said specifically about the 5th dimension, it's that it's a really specific frequency in which the Christ consciousness resides, the non-physicality, the higher mind, the higher self, because it's the time and space relates in a non-linear dynamic. And so it's a frequency of unconditional love. It's a frequency of pure light. And so what we're doing is that we are also guiding ourselves to integrate the 5th dimension as a state of being, but not physically. Our bodies cannot evolve to becoming etheric right now, because for that process to eventually happen, it will need hundreds of years for such mutations within our DNA genetics to eventually acquire, to eventually be able to express. So right now we're heading towards the 4th density and integrating the 5th dimension in our heart space, but not physically. You're muted.
Thanks. That's part of my evolution. But yes, I like that, because it is a progression, but we are at a threshold of something. Some people may call it 5th and maybe whatever, but we're at a moment of change. This is our moment. And so what can we do? That's my last question, really, to be part of that change. What do you think, from your perspective, people can do to evolve in this new morphogenetic field?
Well, my guidance will be to ask people to focus, to make a perfect balance between those systems of the outside reality within of them, in the reality, and that reality within themselves. Because what we are experiencing right now, it's a lot of contrast between those who are too focused in their inside and those who are too focused on the outside when it comes to narratives, etc. And the truth is that we need an outside reality that contains a narrative in which we have a perfect scenario to reflect our belief systems in. And also, we need that internal focus to meditate on what it's that we are projecting and what it's that we are reflecting, so that we can, integrate our belief systems eventually, and to create, to mold, to shift to a preferred narrative that is more reflecting of who we truly are, or who we truly prefer to be. So by becoming balanced in between those two worlds within our consciousness, our third eye eventually opens up, and we see through the eye of the third eye, which is the one that sees our multidimensional self more clearly, so that process can become to be more effortlessly, more easy to walk forward,
Yeah, in the Gospel of Thomas, it says, when thy eye is single, the body will be full of light. So there's that. Well, Marina, thank you always for, tapping into your inner wisdom and sharing it with the world. Anyone else have a question for Marianna? Anything you want to say? Unmute, yes. Oh, wait, I think I have to unmute you. Yes.
Yes. Yes. My one very important question for Marina, I think it ties into what you were saying, Alan, also, is for the starseeds that are awakening now in record numbers, for anyone that is awakening, because we are in the process of a global massive shift. What do you recommend starseeds that are going to be listening to this down in the future, when they come to the terms that they are starseed origin? What would you say to them? What would you recommend?
My message to those starseeds, it's that if they are connecting to that idea, if they are reawakening to that nature that they are as a starseeds, they need to understand that it's really important that they connect to the idea of their origin. Now, metaphysically speaking, there's not really an origin for a soul. Our origin is here now, technically speaking, and time is not linear, and we know this, so we may have different connections in one incarnation of Earth that is more connected to Pleiades and Sirius, but maybe in the next incarnation we're more connected to an Arcturian energy or an Andromeda. Now, this is true for all of us because, again, time is not linear, and every avatar, every individual is born in the now. So all of the multidimensional connections are converging into that individual in that now moment are arranged here now, as I was saying. So it all shifts, as we change, as we desire to continue to that process of reintegration of more aspects of ourselves. So there is really no solid origin. We have many different incarnations and experiences out there, but it is really important that they reconnect to those specific star systems or species or collectives of consciousness that they feel more connected to, that they feel that is more of an aspect of their energy, because they came here connected to those systems because their mission was to bring more of that energy, of those consciousness, of those civilizations and the star systems to serve the process of awakening and evolution in Earth, in Mother Gaia, so that by integrating them as part of who they are, by whatever process that they may choose it, whether if it's by the energy and the lessons that they apply to the circumstances that they have created for themselves to learn from, eventually to expand, with, they grounded in the matrix of the Earth matrix of consciousness, and that's how the whole planet benefits from those specific connections. That's how we welcome more of that energy, and it serves, it informs the planet of more evolved, advanced civilizations that already made that shift, so that we have more, let's say, vision of how to move forward in our own evolution up to those densities.
Okay, Marina, thank you. And one last question. And for the children that are already awakened, the crystalline children, the indigo, the rainbow children, the diamond children, what message do you have for the children of today and for the children that are coming in the future, which is all the same, past, present, and future?
Yes, well, the children are the representation, the physical and mental and spiritual representation of spirit. They are the masters of expressing effortlessly that energy of joy, of, flow, of no resistance which spirit holds. So they will rather be the teachers for us than we to them. But my message is that they eventually accept and be them, as much as they can, because they are so in tune with the heart space that they don't really need like our spiritual teachings. But I will recommend them that if they find it hard, to, let's say, harmonize with the society, with the structures of our civilization, that, they take more patience and understanding and compassion, because I understand how it feels, because I also was not so harmonic with the structures, with how our society works today, to the day of today. But, it just takes patience. They know they came here with their DNA codified to eventually perform their mission. So they know how to go, forward in the shift.
Thank you. Thank you, Marina. Beautiful. I think, that's something I see you really developing these theses and putting together as a manual, if you want, for other people to kind of study and kind of take as a model for evolution. So why not, right? Thanks. Okay, Marianna, who is up next?
Geraldine Orozco.
Geraldine, is Geraldine in the house? Let me see. I'll ask.
In the house.
There she is. I'm going to unmute. Geraldine asked to unmute. Geraldine, thank you. Hi, I'm so glad we have these all-stars here, these people who really devoted their lives to evolution, to conscious evolution. So thank you, Geraldine, Marina, everyone, for being here. Yes, Geraldine, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. It's been so wonderful up until this point, and I'm so happy to be here to contribute some little information as well. Well, I'd love to share my screen. I'm going to talk about the morphogenetic field from the perspective of how it affects us, how we're affecting us. What does it mean for our holographic DNA? How do we use that information for this evolutionary process? And just give you a little clearer picture as to what it is. I'm a very visual person. I feel like visuals sometimes help us link the dots between how our everyday actions is affecting this collective. So I'm going to share a little bit about that. So let me go ahead and jump into this presentation. Thank you very much. All right, and I'm just going to go into presentation mode, and I want to make sure that, do you see the screen that you need to be looking at?
Yeah, we see it. Morphogenetic field, the God, self, creation into form.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So, very good. So these are the main points that I want to share with you, and I'm just going to show what each one of those actually means. We're going to break it down. So in the morphogenetic field, the human organism is a hologram of self-organized information. And the human organism is, and Alan kind of went into the, what that is. He broke that down a little bit, and I'll go into that a little bit more as well. The human organism is a fractal projection of its origin, of source. So when this source information is becoming fractal, encasing into these physical form that we are, this self-organized information knows how and what to project into the physical form by its resonance. So how we are essentially moving through time and space in order to be encased into this physical form, which is a hologram of this intelligence. An example about how this morphogenetic field functions, it has an intelligence, it has instructions. It's an instruction in order to create the form. And so, for example, experiments that were done to show us that were experiments with a planarian worm, in which they removed the eyes surgically, and by stimulating other parts of the organism, the eye rebuilt itself on its own. And so this is how we are looking at the morphogenetic field as a set of instructions. It's a construct of instructions. There's an intelligence to that without any kind of genetic modification, the organism in itself can create itself. It can create its own form. We also see that with phantom limbs, in that we are, people that lose an arm are able to connect, and it's almost as if they feel that they're moving their arm within the body. There is a holographic network to the parts of our body. So we also see that with our thoughts and our memory, how memory is stored within the body. The memory is not stored in one location in the brain or in one location in the body. It's an entire holistic network of information and data that is being stored. We also see that in pranic healing examples, where we are healing cancer from the physical body, and through the thoughts and the intentions, through that network, we are removing and changing the structure of the physical form, in which there is a stagnation of information. We are moving through that, and all of this is occurring through this invisible field that is invisible to our human eyes, but we are able to affect it. It's also the same thing with the fetus in the womb. The fetus in the womb knows how to create the fetus, the form of the human organism. It knows when to stop forming the human fetus, and it knows exactly the time, when the child is going to be born out of the fetus into everyday life. And from there seems to be an order to the evolution and to the development of the organism of the human body. So all of this is really just this really beautiful time and space that we are participating in, but there are certain instructions, and there is an order, there is an intelligence to the information in which we are participant of. So let's go to the next part. So the hologram of this experience that we are participating in, which we call life, the human organism manifests into awareness. So what is occurring from the fractal of source? It is manifesting into its awareness. It's selected collectively by the intelligence of the morphogenetic field, because there is just the way the worm knew how to create that eye, because it knew that the organism, in order for its highest survival, it needed that eye. And so therefore, all of the cells of this organism work together to create what is necessary. So in that same way, we as these human organisms, we as these cells, are manifested intelligently into this major organism, which is the planet Earth, that we are participating as a part of a whole. So our life experiences, in essence, we are selecting them. We think we're selecting them, but we are contributing, and we are participating in an intelligent instruction manual to the manifestation of yourself as a human organism. So it chooses the experience which produces the highest potential collective evolution. So every single human organism on this planet is designed genetically and etherically as a whole organism, specifically for the role that assists in the experiences that will contribute to the collective evolution. So the morphogenetic field is an infinite exploration of this collective evolution. This is what we are experiencing collectively and together as we evolve. The morphogenetic field provides the mechanistic instructions, but also an ability for an organism to explore and experience higher forms. So this, in essence, is exactly what we are here to experience through the human experience. And the selection process of experience is occurring simultaneously in multiple dimensions. It can change and as it is observed and stimulated. Okay, just like the planarian worm was able to know that it needed to create an eye, just how the fetus develops exactly as it should for its conception and its for gestation process, just as collectively we are experiencing these lives. The way we observe and we stimulate this organism, we are creating and we are affecting ourselves, the fractals of ourselves, on multiple dimensional planes. The ancestral memory informs the organism, but just like epigenetic data, it's not a finite blueprint of data. So when this source fractal is creating the hologram of the body, it is attaching to the genetic and ancestral memory. It comes into this organism of the planet Earth, which has its own holographic DNA, the morphogenetic field of the Earth. It's all one field. And within that field, we are introduced into this ancestral collective by resonance. So the organism chooses to evolve through these kinds of resonance experiences. Resonance experiences are then able in all its dimensional expressions. So we are evolving through these interdimensional expressions. So this is how we link our human experience and our interdimensional activity and contact. We are essentially meeting ourselves, our fragments, fractals of ourselves in these dimensional planes. And we are evolving as these aspects of ourselves as well. The human organism has 13 main number of dimensional expressions, and we are moving through that dimensional expression, but there are infinite dimensional expressions that we are part of in a morphogenetic field. It's just this current timeline that we're experiencing in this organism called Earth with the human experience. So the choice of the human organism within this construct defines and changes the collective experience through the morphogenetic field. The morphogenetic field stays, sorry, I can't see that word, stays true to its intelligence in order to maintain highest form, balance, and evolutionary productivity. Okay, please excuse the typos. So let's kind of look at what that actually looks like. We are like these spheres. Our entire multidimensional body is like the sphere within this spherical structure. And within the spherical structure, you can imagine the Earth. Our human bodies are participating here. There are millions, of course, of us here on this Earth that participate in this organism called Earth. And collectively, within one of these tiny organisms is infinitely that same structure. And this self-similar organization is shown in the entire multiverse, which we participate in. So in this tiny little construct here is, for example, ourselves, and then each other, and then our family network, our ancestral memory, and then the collective memory of the Earth, let's say the Akashic record information data. And then we go into the higher dimensional planes from the 8th dimension into the 13th dimension, where we begin to access higher forms or manifestations of ourselves within those. Again, I'm saying ourselves because, as you can see, we are one organism. There is no separation between us and another. So I'd like to make that very clear, because this is the kind of understanding that we need to have this moment moving forward in order to clarify the focus of the collective as we're beginning to work with the morphogenetic field. Every single one of these planes that our body is, this is exactly how our body looks like. These are spherical planes that are, of course, expressions and holographic projections of each chakra. Each chakra in the system is managing and filtering and processing vibrational frequency from the lowest to the highest dimensional plane. So we actually have less ability to affect through the morphogenetic field the more we are in the lower systems. The second, third, fourth, first, second, third chakras are the ones that manifest the main terrestrial, physical, three-dimensional plane. And the more we stay in those, and the more we are unaware of the higher aspects of ourselves, we limit how much we can actually affect the collective. The more we access the heart, the throat, the third eye, begin to train and clear out the energy and blockages, which are limiting thought forms within the physical body, we can begin to activate and expand our perception. That's what it is, through the integration of those thought forms. Again, we are transmuting, in effect, thought forms of separation into unity. That's all we're doing. How we truly affect the morphogenetic field, though, is by over here, the 7th and the 8th chakra. This 6th to the 8th chakra are the main centers where we actually begin to affect the morphogenetic field, because this is the junction point in which this infinite source is becoming organized and projecting into the physical plane. So if we don't have mastery over these top aspects of ourselves, we will not be affecting, we will not be creating, in a sense. We are counter-creating. And so where we actually have power as humans is to begin to navigate and function and interact in these higher realms, which is happening inevitably, collectively, because of the current state in the universe that we are moving through. So all of yourselves on all these dimensional planes are constantly interacting. And what that actually looks like is like this. You are at the center of this morphogenetic field, and your fragments are all your past lives. Of course, there is no time. Time is not linear. It is a spherical form that projects into this space like this. You have your fragments, and then you have your aspects, let's say your extraterrestrial aspects, all of this information is also then organized in archetypes through vibrational frequency. And there are 13 main vibrational frequencies which we are interacting and evolving through at this time. So what's the connection between this and our starseed aspects of ourselves? Let's just say, and please don't, I use these images just as a reference point for what we commonly believe is interdimensional beings manifesting in our experiences. But there are any number of manifestations. What we really want to look at and focus on is a vibrational frequency. The spectrum of species that we are experiencing is a manifestation of vibrational frequency from the lowest, most primal form to the highest, most expansive. And how we define that vibrational frequency is by contraction and expansion, just like we are working in these fields within fields. Each one of these organisms either expand, and what does it mean to expand? It means that it becomes aware of itself as the whole, or it only sees itself as the individual. That's the two different definitions of that. So either one of these spectrums of species are the manifestation of that. And they are operating in those dimensional planes from the 8th up to the 13th dimensional plane. We have access to that based on our vibrational frequency. So when we have any kind of experience, we are beginning to affect and work with that information. What we want to go towards now is collective unity consciousness, which means to become aware of yourself as more than just a human form. And all of this beautiful self-organized consciousness within the morphogenetic field has a purpose that is specifically designed, specially designed. How many things in this entire organism went into place to create your specific physical body is just beautiful and magnificent. And you play as part of a symphony of a collective. So yourself, as a result of your ancestors, as a result of your parents, all of these things are a culmination of that information. So the physical body is, it's a hologram of self-organizing information again. And as you are a fractal of this infinite source, all of your aspects, all of your families make part of that resonance information that you are a part of. And we are moving collectively, evolving together as that. Just like these groups of birds, for example, it is one consciousness that is moving this collective movement. Just like these birds know how and when to turn or move in order to move the entire whole, and they make these incredibly beautiful shapes. The human race is exactly like that, and so is our fragments. They are moving through this intelligence of the morphogenetic field. We also see this in ants and the organization of their movement and their collective, communication. We see this in bees. We see this in mushrooms, fungi, and trees. So as you can see, we are an interconnected network that has the ability to communicate. This is where we tune into our telepathic communications, which is not something completely rare and that only few people can do. Every single human can do that. And every single human can tune into the intuitive field. So what does it mean to become awake and aware is to activate precisely these tools as more and more in this current timeline, and this is where we come here. Why is during this current timeline we are more aware and have the capacity of tuning into these higher mind, right? These higher abilities is because exactly where we are in this moment of evolution. Right now, we are moving through the 13th. So if you take a look at this spiral right here, we are traveling through this gigantic spiral organism. And in this current physical dimension that we are sharing, you and I, we are moving through the 13th dimensional layer. So all of the constructs of our reality are based in this 13th dimensional layer. This is how information self-organizes itself in this current dimensional layer. We have the 13 astrological signs. We have the 13 archetypes. We can see these patterns and this beautiful structure infinitely in all organisms, from plants to how fetuses develop to how the human body is structured. We are seeing this sequence in the manifestation of the physicality of our reality. And as we are evolving collectively, I had a very interesting question from the talk the other day, asking, so does it mean that, in other words, if I don't evolve, or if others don't evolve, that means I can't evolve until I wait for the other to evolve? And that was a very important question, because how we are evolving collectively is actually through this morphogenetic field. We have to destroy the concept that we are physical, because again, you are one tiny part of a collective whole, and your many fragments of yourself are evolving as part of yourself. And so as you evolve, you are affecting your fragments. Your fragments are your family. Your fragments are your friends, your neighbors, everywhere, even the time and date that you were born, the families and the cities that you live in, all of that is designed by resonance. So essentially you are evolving through all of that process, and you're doing so collectively as well as individually. One more thing I want to say about this, that we are moving from, let's say this green color is a lower vibrational frequency into, let's say this white color is a higher vibrational frequency. So this is how we are evolving through the trajectory of this collective evolution. And when we look at our genetic code and our genetic information, it's important to understand what is this genetic information. All of this data within the morphogenetic field is available through the DNA. The DNA is projecting holographically the system that creates your body, or I should say the organism product hologram that you are. Everything from the way that you look, the place you were born, every single detail is designed specifically for your expression, for the service and the purpose of the collective evolution. And what we have in our dark DNA is exactly the instructions of this morphogenetic field, which allows us to access the fragments of ourselves that we are yet unaware of. It's through this evolutionary process that we become aware of these aspects of ourselves. The higher vibrational you are, you begin to see ghosts, you begin to have paranormal experiences, you experience this incredible, invisible realm, so to speak. And it's within that realm that surrounds us, that is constantly moving around us as an expression of ourselves, that we begin to interact with. And in dream time, because when you leave your physical body, when you're dreaming, just as you will in death, you are becoming aware of yourself in all of those dimensional layers. And it's incredibly important to learn how to navigate those, just like you are navigating the physical body in the physical everyday life, because all of those are participating in the collective movement. Now, let's talk about what happens with DNA. And I'm sorry, this was supposed to do something fancy like pop up, and then the two other pictures were supposed to open up separately. But what I'm showing here, let me, I don't have it in presentation mode. So sorry. What our DNA actually looks like is what we see here in the physical realm is this DNA structure. But what happens, I'm so sorry.
Is it in the play mode? Is it in the
It's actually not, but if I'll just go ahead and show you like this, sorry. Okay. This is what we can see from our DNA, but what happens and when we talk about activation of DNA, what's actually happening is that as we become aware of ourselves in the non-physical dimensions, as we become aware of ourselves in all these other dimensional layers from the 8th into the 13th, our ET fragments, angelic beings, all of that, is that we are activating these parts of our DNA. And essentially, the DNA ends up looking like a giant spherical network. So your entire biocomputer that is your physical body is mostly non-physical rather than just the physical. The mechanistic product of the genetic code that is writing out the code to make your physical body is just one part of the definition of what you are as a whole, as a collective organism. So we actually, our DNA actually looks more like this in our physical body. So what does it mean to become whole, to end this? Healing, right? So healing means becoming whole. It means becoming aware of yourself as all experience fragments. It means your choice to expand or contract is the choice of creation or contraction, expansion or contraction, creation or counter-creation. And it is the application of your free will as part of this collective field. You are choosing through resonance within a construct. Okay, to change your resonance, then you begin to affect the collective. So how we begin to change the collective is actually by changing this vibrational frequency, because only when you change the vibrational frequency can you actually begin to affect anything in this morphogenetic field. This is how we begin to access aspects of ourselves here on these higher dimensional planes and experience what it's like to apply these free will expressions. Essentially, becoming whole means becoming all the organism. That is how we are affecting and working through this morphogenetic field as one, and moving collectively through that movement of evolution. So that is where I will end the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Geraldine. Let's see if there's some questions out there. Anyone? I do have people on mute. Marianna, I'm going to unmute you. And okay, that was great. So let me ask you, Geraldine, evolution at this point in our history seems to be more engaged than it ever has been. What are the factors that are leading to this moment in time and the evolution that's happening right now?
What are the factors leading up?
Yeah, why is this speeding up now? Why are we in the midst of a huge evolutionary shift?
Yeah, so the way that we are currently spiraling through the universe, the entire multiverse actually is moving through this spiral form. But as well as we're moving through a spiral form, the trajectory of that movement looks like an infinity cycle. Okay, when we are at the center point of that infinity cycle, which we are right now, things are speeding up. And the further away we get from that point, things slow down, which we experienced historically in our lifetime, looking back at history, all the events that have happened, before the Industrial Revolution, before technology started to blow up in our current society. This is an example of that slowing down, going up to the speeding up rate. And so we're experiencing that speeding point in which we are merging the physical and the non-physical, and we're doing so with technology as well. Everything is an expression of unity. So we have gone from separation, so when we didn't have telephones, to the moment of connection and unity. We see that in our society. So this is happening micro, macro. And then internally, it's almost as if we become more aware through these phases of that evolutionary process of ourselves as one. We become aware of techniques to access the physical body. And we experience this cyclically. Everything is cyclical. Everything is cyclical. The way our body functions, the way the liver regenerates, the way we are learning and evolving information collectively is also cyclical, which is why we have ancient civilizations that have access to higher forms of information. And then we kind of don't have that information for a little bit, as we're moving through this cyclical pattern. But in fact, the entire organism is evolving through the collective, as a collective.
It's cyclical. Oh, go ahead. No, finish, please. Yeah.
I just want to add one tiny little thing, because just to piece things together, so are these interdimensional aspects of ourselves. They are also part of this evolutionary process. They are also evolving, becoming aware of themselves as the roles that they're choosing as this infinite consciousness to experience.
So it's cyclical, but it's also spiral, because it's not just coming back to where it went, it's going to another level and another level.
Exactly.
But we are at a turning point, I feel, and I think that's why we're doing this today at this time, because we're at a critical point where maybe the collective has to decide if we really want to go to the next level of a meta-human super being morphogenetic wholeness or not. I think we're at this point. What do you think about that?
Well, yes. I mean, the name of the game in this three-dimensional plane that we're experiencing here collectively is this dualistic expression, which means that as we see these dualistic experiences, which causes this fusion in order to create the transformation, the mechanism of transformation internally and externally as a collective. And that movement through experience is what causes evolution. In fact, this is what we are here as source, becoming aware of itself as all experiences. This is what we're doing. So again, it's cyclical, this process, and what we're choosing between is either contraction or expansion, love or fear. These are the little choices that we make every single moment, whether it's how we feel in this moment, what we're going to be eating, what we're going to be doing, our choices for life work, all of those little things are like fractals of choices that you make that are either expanding or contracting. And this is how you are contributing to the collective evolution. Now, it's not right or wrong. You can also choose to contract. But what happens when the organism contracts is eventually death, because it's not moving. It's not evolving with the whole organism. It's the same for partnerships. It's the same, we know, in two partnerships, when one person evolves and the other doesn't, it cannot stay in that same relationship anymore. It has to move on. And it's the same for all organisms and in nature. So we're just moving and experiencing these cycles of nature.
Right, because
of this intelligence, the morphogenetic field.
Right, because we don't move, we stagnate, and stagnation is not what the flow of the universe is all about.
Exactly.
So wait, Mariana, do you have a question here?
Yes, Geraldine, thank you so much. I'm humbled by your eloquence. I love your eloquence. It's how you explain. It's just extraordinary. The question I have is if you can just talk a little bit further about the extraterrestrial DNA aspect, and how it ties into the morphogenesis process as a whole.
Absolutely. So as I was showing the DNA, the parts that I was showing that kind of appear on one side and the other side of that DNA is basically our ET or our alien DNA that we become aware of. Okay, this is what we're activating within this physical hologram. And as we elevate our vibrational frequency, we have access to the awareness of ourselves as these extraterrestrial beings, entities, whatever you want to define them as, fractals of infinite consciousness as well. And for example, the hybridization program is the combination of this human and these higher vibrational frequencies in order to create this new organism. So it is the expression of evolution, just like a tree leaves seeds in order to grow more trees. It's the same way. We're participating in that in a terrestrial organic system as well as an interdimensional organic system, right? And so these interdimensional beings are us, fragments of ourselves based, and we become aware of them based on our resonance. So wherever we're at vibrationally, we're going to experience that specific experience. We're going to become aware of them through those experiences. They can be good, they can be bad, whatever it is. It's through the resonance. The idea of the human is to be able to sustain this hologram in its highest evolving form, its healthiest state, and be able, through these experiences, to continue to see itself as infinite organisms. So we have to be able to see, draconians up until angelic beings, interact with all of these aspects of ourselves. And this is what this contact is about. And as we become in contact with these beings, these ranges of species, which are organized through vibrational frequency, and I guess an organization of archetypes, as I call them, we are activating ourselves, essentially. We are expanding ourselves. Whatever we are, how can I finish that? So then as we are moving through this contact, we see ourselves as more. We see ourselves as the whole.
And as we expand ourselves, we expand the species and the morphogenetic field of the species as well. I mean, we contribute to an expansion, would you say?
Yeah, a species is kind of a limited term because we are not a species really. In reality, we are just intelligence that is organized, creating this hologram of a physical body, which doesn't really mean much more than what really matters is what this organism is capable of. And as you saw through the chakra system and the connection to the infinite, dimensions that we are an expression of dimensional fields. We are a manifestation of dimensional fields. That's actually what matters and how we navigate those dimensional fields. So I wouldn't get too caught up on the concept of species because we are ever evolving. Just don't think of yourself, because species will get you into the idea of separation and what we want to do.
I don't see it as separation. I see species as that we inhabit these forms, these animal forms, and that's the species, but it's in the process of shifting because our consciousness is awakening to greater possibilities. So that's how I see it. I mean,
sure. And the form will be continuing to evolve. It'll continue to change infinitely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mariana, anything else or anybody else? Yeah, go ahead, Mariana.
Just to add to that. So since we're talking about the morphogenesis, morphogenetic field, and morph is Greek for shape, what would you say, what is the vital role of the Vesica Pisces in the morphogenesis process?
So as we look at the form of the organisms in the collective, it seems to create this spherical expression, and this seems to be the shape that we're experiencing during this dimensional timeline. And you know how this dimensional timeline is being expressed right now. You know, there's a whole study behind the geometry of form. But you know, the Fibonacci sequence is basically a beautiful way for us to comprehend how form shapes itself in these dimensional planes. So the human body, for example, it has that encoded within its structure. We have it within the spinal cord, within the different the spinal nodes in the back. We have it within the way the cells develop. We have it within how the fetus is developing. We have it, I mean, everything from its fetal point until its total point. We have it in the different organisms in this terrestrial world. And nature, everything is using this beautiful design to manifest its form, because it's the instruction manual for form within this morphogenetic field. And so we see that translated as different things. We see it translated into a leaf in the way that these networks communicating with one another, and so on and so forth. So I guess you can call it a kind of blueprint for the organisms within this mass organism, this collective organism that is being expressed.
Nice. Thank you. That's anybody else in the gallery have you can just raise your hand or just say something in the chat, or I also want to say, though, while Geraldine is here, that we're going to be on the Sacred Sunday show with Scott Katamas this coming Sunday at 10 a.m. Pacific about the transmutation of the human species. That's really the theme of that show. So Friday night, I'm talking about disclosure. Saturday night, I'm talking about the awareness of the integrated mind with human alien. And then on Sunday, we're talking about the real merging of consciousness as we evolve. So thank you, Geraldine. I'm glad you're going to be there. And Marina's going to be in and out. We have some clips of Marina talking about those topics too. So Mariana, should we? Thank you. Should we go to Phil Gruber, our go-to guy, or should we go?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then after Phil, we'll have Rosalind. Is that it?
I have my dear friend, Marianna Leah. She's from Fire Wellness. So she'll say a word or two in regards to the awakening process and finishing up to what Geraldine was saying in regards to the
Right. Okay. Great. Mr. Phil, let me unmute you. Although I hate to do that, but go ahead, Phil. I've unmuted you. Ask to unmute your Phil. Phil, unmute yourself now. There you go.
You need to make me a co-host also, because I have some slides to show you.
You're always my co-host, Phil, wherever I go. So thank you.
You're not going to believe what happened today. I had to reinsert myself into there was no connection whatsoever. I had to reinsert myself.
Oh, I think he didn't quite reinsert himself
into the matrix to be on the program today. All right. Matrix is a very dangerous place for me.
Are you
But I'm
reinserted?
connected now. I'm connected through my own connection. Okay. All right. Here we go. Hi, everybody. What a
Phil
morning.
Gruber, ladies and gentlemen, a real scholar of metaphysics, a investigator of evolutionary practices and the linchpin in our evolution as a human race. Is that good enough, Phil?
That's good. I had to plug myself in. I don't know how much power I can maintain to sustain my presence here, but here we go, everybody. Can everybody see this? Yes? Can everybody see this?
I can see it, Phil.
Good. Then everybody can see this. What is, when we get down to it, morphogenetic field, morphogenesis is the genesis into shape. How does anything take form in our world? You see, everything exists in a state of potential creation. You can call it the void. You can call it the blackness. You can call it the black Madonna. You can call it the prima materia in alchemy. Everything exists in a state of potential creation. Anything that's ever been manifested in our lives or anybody's life from a state of static mind. You see, Charles Hanel in the Master Key talks about there are really two states of mind. There is static mind, there is God, there is the void, potential creation, and then the dynamic phase of mind is thought. Thought is the attribute of best in our lives, happened because someone thought it into being. But first, there was the desire, you see. First, there is that higher Sophia. The initial penetration comes first into the mind, actually inspired by the female, you see. This is the higher Sophia, the desire to manifest something, to create something. And then you get that male principle that dynamic phase of mind where we use our thoughts, and our thoughts invoke from the void. Anything that we invoke from the void, we give it life, we give it purpose. And because it has life, that chair we want to manifest. First, the desire to create the chair. We have the thought, I want to create the chair. That sets an original that sets the first intention in the void. And then the thought, the feelings, the actions we take in order to manifest that chair to it, and then it crystallizes in our world. But first, it exists in a state of potential creation. Everything that we think, and the Master Key again, lesson 1, every thought is compelled by its nature to embody itself in an objectivity. So I would just, a word to the wise, every thought we think that we've ever thought that we will think is compelled by its nature to objectify itself. A negative thought, it's like the genie. The genie doesn't judge the thought. I know you people have heard me talk about this before, that the genie doesn't judge the thought. The genie is impelled or compelled to grant that wish. If you have a negative thought, you have invoked it from the void, you've given it life, you've given it purpose. And that thought has no thought in and of itself as to help manifest the most negative. It will do everything it can to bring in other negative thoughts, to attract other negative thoughts. So it will crystallize for you the most negative experience you could possibly imagine. Well, thank God, the same thing for positive thoughts. Even a thought that you think is transient, temporary, you will see it crystallize in your life. That and other like thoughts, because the truth is like attracts like. So we really have to be more responsible for our thoughts, especially now, because thoughts are we're in an acceleration cycle, so thoughts are manifesting that much faster. So again, every thought that we think, we invoke it from the void. We've given it shape. We've given it as you'll see in a minute, a morphogenetic field. And that thought, having given it life, it has purpose now, and it wants to fulfill the purpose for which it was created. Right here, we get, give me 1 second. At its root, what is a morphogenetic field? A morphogenetic field is a blueprint that holds the shape or form of something. A morphogenetic, you want to build something, first you need a schematic or a blueprint. We get down to what a morphogenetic field really consists of. There, when we get down to it, in terms of the elements of creation, we have a particle here. It's called a particle. A particle is a unit of electrified sound. This is where it all comes from. It's antimatter. It has the potentials to express itself as electricity in a state of potential creation. Okay? It's electrified sound. There's a program within that particle where it emerges as two particles. One is a particum, one is a particle. One is matter, one is antimatter. This is very important to understand. One is particle, one is antiparticle. So from the particle is composed of particle. These are ultra microparticles. Some people will call them God particles, adamantine particles if you're into the X-Men. But this particle is sound. Sound emerges as light. You see, light is bipolar. This is what mainstream science doesn't understand, that light is bipolar. Light is both wave and particle, expressing at the same time. But here's how it works. Something happens. It's a measure of oscillations in a given unit of time. So this unit of sound, it emerges as, that's omnipolar, emerges as bipolar light, wave and particle light. But guess what happens? It folds back into sound. And then it turns on again into light. Sound, light, sound, light, sound, light, sound, light. You see that? From a unit of sound, the rate at which it phases from sound to light, sound to light, sound to light is what frequency is. Number of oscillations, oscillation, vibration. Oscillations in a given unit of time. The faster it oscillates, the higher frequency, and actually in terms of our perception here, what exists in the higher dimensions actually happens in our looking in this ascension cycle. And as you know, ascenders, hopeful ascenders, we want to go up in frequency, but to merge with our higher selves, not only do we have to accelerate in frequency, there's also an angular rotation of particle spin that has to be matched. Actually, oh, sorry, I gotta admit somebody. Okay. So we have to accelerate in frequency, but we also have to make that the particles spin in. The keys of Enoch, this is called the L, I can't remember the word right now. It's the L shift, a 90-degree shift, between harmonic dimensions. We can get into that later. But here's where the morphogenetic field actually emerges. The particle units will group by like polarity, forming this sort of this grid. When people talk about the grid, the blueprint that's going to hold the form, hold the shape. Man may have their function, but it really is the divine feminine. It's the goddess. It's the woman that actually gives shape to our thoughts. And it's the emotional substance. It's the emotional body that actually gives shape and substance to our thoughts. It's a very, very important understanding. So the particle units group by like polarity, forming this net, this interlaced magnetic waveforms. You see, it's all about waveforms. The alchemists called it the language of birds. It's the language of waveforms. So the particle units group by like polarity, forming these interlaced, interwoven grids. Seth, Jane Roberts, Alan, you remember? I think I might have seen you at one of Jane's sessions.
Maybe, yeah.
Before we actually met formally. And Seth talked about, our vibrating wires. I would tell him, Michio Kaku, whatever his name is, should be reading the Seth material, because Seth talked about vibrating strings, vibrating wires. This is exactly what he's talking about. This is what string theory should integrate. This is what it is. You have this flashing on and off, and in reality, nothing moves. Read Walter Russell, nothing actually moves. You have this electromagnetic waves of the particle units. In Sanskrit, the word is very similar. Praktikai, I think it's praktikai, the mother forms of matter, praktikai. So you have the grids, and then the particle units begin to crystallize. So this is the morphogenetic field. It's a blueprint that holds shape, that holds form. Ultimately, the particle units are going to start to crystallize. Pyramids, 3-4-sided pyramids. A pyramid is the architecture of existence. The first verse of Genesis, a blueprint for creation, if I ever saw one. The first verse reads, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, but that's not the actual translation. You see, you have all these lines of letters, but where do you separate them into words? There are special, secret, if you will, Kabbalistic formulas. The truer interpretation of the first verse of Genesis is, in the beginning, God created a thorn with 6 edges. So what's shaped like a thorn or a flame with 6 edges? It's a tetrahedron. Because if Genesis is a blueprint for creation, why would it not start with the simplest crystallization of God's thoughts, which is pyramidal architecture? These are called chelons, by the way. Hundreds of millions of years, these have been known as chelons, and the chelons begin to crystallize in this morphogenetic field, this magic carpet, until you have a cluster of chelons. And like a cluster of crystals, this provides the energetic thrust. This is what happens when you throw pebbles into the water. You get the siphoning, you get the wave patterns that act as the grid that whatever is going to manifest by virtue of our thoughts is going to manifest. This is our thoughts. And let me just show you something here. Where was it? Interesting, the word chelon. This is a geometric array pattern that you see on South Indian carpets and rugs and Native American rugs. Guess what they call it? Columns. Chelon. It's a geometric array pattern. And by the way, Remember the part chi and the part cum and the part k? This manual, one copy was made, hand-bound, hand lithographed. I actually have it in the other room. In 1795, it's called the ABCs of Rosicrucianism. What it really is a very complex text of Kabbalistic magic and alchemy. And this is the tree of life. Really, this is the tree of life. So what is it? What actually is going on here? Well, this is it. This is the particle unit, and then it emerges as a magnetic particle unit called the particum. All universes based in magnetism are built on particum, matter particle units. You see that? And there is the particle. All universes based on electricity. So here it is. This is the secret of the real secret of the unit of sound. Sort of, there's a program within it that it emerges as two units of light, bipolar electrical and magnetic light. They fold back into sound. So it's sound, light, sound, light. Again, the frequency is the number of oscillations in a given unit of time. Higher frequency, higher dimensions, a faster rate of oscillation. Here you have it right here. Let's see. This is Nicholas. Anything, because it represents, this is, Alan was our best man, stood right in front of this painting at the Nicholas Rourke Museum in New York. And this is where I got married for the second time, because it is such an amazing pattern. You all see this throughout all cultures, throughout all the eons. You see three intersecting spheres or intersecting circles. Okay. In theosophy, let's see if I have it here. Look at this one. This is the secret of scissors. In theosophy, there's a concept called koilon, K-O-I-L-O-N. You have a pot of water on the stove, right? It's still, it's the void. Then you turn on the heat. Eventually, the bubbles form. You turn off the heat, the bubbles disappear back into the void. If you turn the heat on and off, on and off, on and off, you'll get the vibration up, and then you have the bubbles on the surface. Bubbles appear, disappear. Bubbles appear, disappear. This is how the magician blows the worlds into form from the soap bubbles. And see, he's got the Taurus on his head. I love this. If you want any of these slides, you can take some screenshots, or I can send you a sort of little mini presentation of this. So back to this really quickly. So also it looks like a flame. This is why they call letters of not just the sacred alphabets, all alphabets, flame letters. Why? Because their basic architecture is tetrahedrons, tetrahedral symmetry, tetrahedral architecture. Letter is the shape of the wave. It's actually the same shape, but seen or perceived from many different angles, depending on the position of your hand. That's a whole nother story. But all these letters are letters of flame, letters of fire. They come from the eternal fire or flame from which they will return. So all letters, not just of all the sacred alphabets, they are representations of wave patterns. All the position of these crystals, crystallized particles, units, they create the whatever you want to manifest is. This is the manifestation of a thought. If you don't like the expression of that thought, you think another thought that changes the angular position of these crystals, giving you a different wave pattern. Ultimately, everything is all about waves and wave patterns. It's the language of birds. So all, and these all languages, whether they're written, spoken, sung, chanted, toned, will convert into electrical impulse and the magnetic impulse. It's all about our thoughts. It's never been about anything other than that. So the morphogenetic field is the genesis of shape. How does something come into shape? We shape with our thoughts. And what really gives it the shape is the emotional body. The emotional substance gives thoughts their shape. Let me see if there's anything I need. The language of birds on wave patterns. It's an alphabet of wave patterns. It's the language of birds. And look at this. This is the secret here. In 1919, 200 facsimiles were made of this Rosicrucian book. And this is the secret. This is the knowledge of good and evil. It's the knowledge of reality. It's the knowledge of how reality is shaped and reality is formed. Look at this. You have the Celtic, I can't remember what the name is now, the triskelions. This is why this is such a primal symbol throughout time. It's Mary Magdalene, Mother Mary. Whoop, that's from this island Earth. You look at the Joseph Gikatilia, the Kabbalist, the gates of light, the Share Aura, talk about how very specific wave patterns, organizations of scalar waves can open up what's called the gates of light within us. Okay, I think that could be it for now. Let's see. Look at this. I've been in these libraries. Look at this. This is one of these libraries. In top of these enormous libraries, make the Vatican archives look like your neighborhood library. Look at this. They've spent their lives and generations and eons transcribing information from what we call the Dora Torah plates, a great gift that was given to us to accelerate our evolution. Look at this. These are just all the knowledge of the worlds and the worlds beyond and the worlds within worlds. Really pretty incredible. There you have it again. So let's see, I think, whoops, it for me today, unless, let me just go really quick. Give me a second. Oh, I love this. Oh God, and my battery is running low again. Look at this. This is the, if you give me 5 more minutes, Alan, you want to come in for a minute?
Yeah.
Or somebody else?
No, go ahead. 5 more minutes is fine. Go ahead. You're just cutting in and out a bit,
Give me
but go ahead.
a few minutes.
I like that. Okay.
I don't know how much longer I can hold this connection. Because everything's gone out here in Singapore.
All right. Well,
That was Jodi. I know it was Jodi. That was Jodi.
All
I know that did it.
All right, Phil, what is this? What are we looking at here?
You know, every mating cycle, there are millions of penguins, the husband or the wife, whoever went out to get the food to feed the little babies, they know who their mate is in these millions of penguins because of the sound that they make. Isn't that amazing? Anyway. Okay.
It is.
You want to talk about soulmates? Talk to the penguins. This is the work of Alma, A-L-M-A. Alma is not with us anymore. She has passed, transition, died a while back. She had the vision of Jesus and a panther. Yeshua is son of the panther, Yeshua ben Pantera, which is a whole nother ball of something. Anyway, when she got this vision of Jesus and a panther, her hand started moving and it never stopped until her last breath. These are all automatic, unconscious, not unconscious, subconscious or superconscious. Nothing is unconscious. If it's not if it's not conscious on this plane, it's certainly conscious on things to draw. Her walls of her bungalow, her toilet, everything. She just was drawing. These are the Alma drawings, ALMA. There's a website. Her niece has custody now of all of her drawings. Look at these. These are, and many of these are what the Keys of Enoch would call the Kitav Anaim, the writings of the eye. Look at the patterns, because I understand many wave form light language alphabets. Tibetans have recognized and acknowledged many of their deities in these paintings. Her hand never stopped. It was amazing. And when she was still alive, there's a documentary about her. They have her voiceover, but they don't have her on video, unfortunately. But I remember she kept saying, or her niece would say, and you know what the Holy Spirit is? The Spirit, it's a woman. No, very conspiratorially, So she made hundreds, I think, if not thousands of these paintings, and they are incredible. The information encoded in this is unbelievable. This is Brian de Flores, Mary Magdalene codes. Interesting enough, when you see the pineal in states of activation, the pineal gland itself looks like green flashing lights. This, I believe, is the model for the Christmas tree. Why wouldn't it? Because, and leaves what under the tree? Leaves presence. Yes, presence you can open up, but leaves presence under the tree, right? Look at Emoto. I'm glad I'm going to finish with this. Emoto, Alan, remember the water conference? It was 2003-04. Jodi,
yeah.
I remember in the
put on a big water conference for Emoto in New York City. Yes.
What a great, and Alan, if it wasn't for Alan, I would not have been able to, and his wife. There were a lot of great people there. The Hertaks, the doctors Hertak were there in the audience. But to really understand Emoto's work, this is his most beautiful crystal. It's the crystal that forms because of sending thoughts of love, forgiveness, and gratitude. Forgiveness and gratitude. It is the structure, the morphogenetic field, that complex structure that can hold more memory, it can hold more love, it can hold more forgiveness and gratitude. It's divine pictures. You're going to create a crystal that doesn't have any shape, that can't hold higher consciousness. The reason that these crystals are so beautiful and they radiate so much light, look at the light they can hold, is because of its structure. All right. So just imagine that if you become the living embodiments of forgiveness, of grace, of compassion and kindness, every crystal and microcrystal in your body. This is why Jesus called Mary Magdalene, all the Marys, they had the effulgence of light. They didn't have to necessarily, if they wanted to, they could take Reiki courses, but they were presence healers. They healed by the light alone, the light that they radiated, what they were able to illuminate in the world just by walking in the world. Look at this. I love people I know. I haven't shown this for a long time. This is a snowflake. A Japanese photographer. I don't know if anybody knows who he is, or her, probably got more. I love the 1111 too, the Lana Lang. Superman has some cool stuff in it. Although I do, never mind. Well, I do feel sorry for Supergirl, only because she came to the earth as a virgin. So figure that out. So go with that one, okay? Left a trail of broken hearts and shattered you-know-whats, okay?
Oh, Phil, are you with us?
So there you go. So, but look in this is a snowflake. Look in the center of the snowflake. And what you will see is a lady. What you will see, I believe, is this elemental, this diva, this goddess, this divine feminine that holds the shape, that holds the form together. Okay, this is amazing.
And you don't know where this is from, this picture.
This is what holds it together. I believe at the center of every crystal.
Mm-hmm.
No, Alan, boy, if you can find out, this is a Japanese photographer. Got it. It was probably the interaction of his field with this field. That's what makes things visible. That's why some people get orbs, some don't, because it really is the integration of, or the integration of your field with whatever the field is producing, and that's what makes it visible. You act like a die. Your energy fields act like a die. For those of us that have had.
Where did you find this picture, Phil? Where did you find this picture?
I don't even remember where I found it, but he captured it, the goddess, the divine feminine at the core, at the center of everything. Now check this out. If you don't know what this is already, just take a guess. What does it look like? I mean, just structurally, what does it?
I know it looks like a planter, but it's not that. I know it's some microscopic.
Kind of looks like art. Exactly.
Yeah, it's a microscopic.
It's an electron microscope photograph of, guess what? A snowflake. It's a snowflake, Alan and Company. So you see, I tried to tell Emoto, or suggest to him, that not only our thoughts influence the growth of crystals, the shape crystals take, our thoughts have geometry. Our thoughts create the structure. You see, this is why, if you think in divine thoughts, if you think in proportions, that can create those same standing wave fields that you'll experience at Delphi, at Machu Picchu, in Cleveland, Ohio, at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, in the Louvre. You know, you don't have to go to these places. You can create them in your mind, and they will still emanate the same standing wave field, the same morphogenetic field, the same electromagnetic program, the same mathematical program that'll open up the Share Aura. I think that's within our, to let more light in. Look what they did. I think, Alan, this was in Stony Brook, I think it was, where Tibetan monks were visiting the digital imaging department of State University of New York. And for the first time, they digitally imaged mandalas.
Okay.
And look what they turn out to be. Them as two-dimensional. When you computer image these, look what they are. They are palaces. They are temples of divine spiritual science. See that?
Oh, so they took the flat image and they turned it on its side to be three-dimensional, and they actually appeared as palaces. Is that what you're saying?
They computer imaged it into a two-dimensional mandala into 3 dimensions.
Oh, I haven't seen that. That's interesting. I like that. Yeah, because that's what they're painting, palaces. So they're.
And this is what you, almost like if you squashed the palace down, you would get a flat two-dimensional image. And it's the same thing with the crop circles. They are actually multi-dimensional images. And they demonstrated that at the Department of Computer Imaging. I think it was at Stony Brook or somewhere, where you saw this for the first time. Same with yantras. It's not just a flat two-dimensional image. They're multi-dimensional. And this has the very specific organization, the morphogenetic field of mathematical program, all the locks in our body, the dimensional lock system, there are keys that open them. And the keys are very specific organizations of scalar waves, are morphogenetic fields, the blueprint that holds the form. And these are the electromagnetic keys that open up very specific gates of light. The Reiki symbols, same thing. The Reiki symbols are actually electromagnetic waveforms. They're electromagnetic codes, they're mathematical programs that loosen the seals above in the chakras so you can access that higher dimensional frequency. for healing. There's a lot to say about Reiki too. I mean, just look, this is from the Alhambra. I have seen people in Granada in Spain. Marina, are you there? I have seen people run out of the Alhambra holding their heads, screaming, because they couldn't take the power. They just couldn't take the power of this light language. Look at how complex this is. If you understand that all of these are, they are the representation of very, very powerful electromagnetic waves. This, you've got to prepare yourself to be in this type of space. It is so unbelievably powerful. I mean, just look at the complexity of these. You talk about transmeta multidimensional wave patterns, light language. There it is in the Alhambra and many other spaces. Even Dali's paint, I've taken a lot of, I think that could be it. Again, so we have Indra's net, which is really the definition of morphogenetic fields. Indra's net is like the web work that connects all of creation. And at each crossing point, at each node in the net is a highly polished jewel. And when you look at one face of a jewel, all the other jewels are reflected.
Okay, Phil, is that it?
That is the secret of Indra's net or Indra's fields. Organ, people, we are all connected.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Almost a
unshare,
onto the call. I have to really connect myself.
unshare your screen so we
Okay.
can see you again. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah,
So
can you see me now?
I could see you now. Leanne's throwing you kisses, but tell me, to sum it up and put it all together, what are you saying about morphogenesis, the evolution of a new species?
I'm saying that if you look at morphogenesis, I'm glad you asked that question because I think this sums it up. And I think this was a seed thought in Marianna's concept of what this would be, that since our thoughts create morphogenetic fields, that also to integrate with other morphogenetic fields, if us as individuals and us as a species and a race have the same, more than what we are, to become the same but yet greater, then it will reach a critical mass, and then we will see the regenesis of our race. Once we're all on the same page, or at least if there's a critical mass of human consciousness sharing the same thoughts of gratitude for all the gifts of the Holy Spirit, thoughts of compassion, thoughts of forgiveness, innocent of all intensifications of karma. And then we can basically fulfill our true evolutionary destinies, which is to be angels and actually continue our evolutionary process, multidimensional integration, our ascension into even higher expressions of ourselves. So it's all about that connectedness of morphogenetic fields and the genesis of our.
Right. Thank you, Phil. Thank you.
Into something that we once were. We're not looking to be angelic human race was. So I think, again, as the Hertags say, when we learn to think in divine pictures, then we will see the expression of those divine pictures. That L shift, that 90-degree shift in angular rotation of particle spin and accelerate. There's nothing really to stop our natural acceleration and extension process except the thought.
Yeah,
that block us from the natural path of grace and the path of freedom, which is our evolutionary destiny.
You know, I think I got most of
part one.
I think I got most of it. I wasn't sure if it was because you cut out or just it was hyperdimensionally communicated.
You wouldn't believe what it's taking to maintain this connection.
It's taking all your focus and concentration.
You know what I mean?
Well, Marianna, I'm sure you have something to say.
I think it's
Yeah.
incredible. Thank you so much, Phil, for sharing that with us. And just if you can add also to backside what
very welcome.
Geraldine was saying in regards to the Vesica Pisces, add to that what that really truly, as the Vesica Pisces is part of that triscalion, what you were showing
Yes.
us. Yes.
Exactly. The thing is, when two centers are joined, that's where you have the opening. That's where you have the Amandine, Mandorla type shape of the, I can't say that, I still can't say the word publicly. You know, the word that starts with the V, you know, you know, the thing.
We get it. We get it, Phil.
You know, the Alan, you know what I'm saying? The vagina, that almond-shaped mandorla is formed when two centers are joined. When two centers meet, that's what creates that doorway, the doorway of creation.
The portal.
That's the doorway.
That
yes,
through
the
which we
portal
came
to our
in,
divine creation.
and that's the doorway through which we'll leave and enter the greater expressions of ourselves. Yes. I can't tell you how much I've spent on therapy just to get over that one.
Okay, I think you need a little more therapy, though. No, you're fine. You're fine just the way you are.
Thank you. But again, I think that's the seed thought of this, is that our centers need to join. We all need to be centered.
And we can plant our seed there in the Vesica Pisces. That was what you're saying.
We all need to be united in a common purpose. And that is to fulfill our evolutionary blueprint and the reasons of our creation. Yeah, that's right.
Jodi, you have something to say about any of that in general? Oh yeah, let me unmute you. I'm asking you to unmute, and I'll ask Marina if she wants to jump into. Okay, Jodi.
I think he showed enough things and talked about enough things. I think it's somewhat clear. Just bringing it all together. That was a good question for the end, to have him bring it back to the morphogenetics.
Right.
So the theme, even though it was all related, but it was good to get that at the end.
Yes. Yes. Phil is a scholar, a metaphysical scholar, and speaks with his own vibration. He's in his own morphogenetic field there. But Phil, but Marina, any comments? Because you are, you know Phil's work pretty well. So anything you want to say?
No, I don't, because every time Phil shares, he knows so much that it's like, whoa, it's like getting into a career almost, he's like, he could fit as a universe, a college teacher on these matters, pretty much. So it's quite amazing.
That's true. Thank you. Thank you for saying it. Anybody else have anything, Marianna or Rosalind?
Sure, Alan. I just wanted to add, I think what Phil wanted to surmise at the end was to say that with the Vesica Pisces, it would add the toroidal field, and that would be the portal segue to creation. Yeah. And that's where I would bring in MARIANNA into it, because she's really good. She's actually in a DNA awakener. She does a lot of that kind of work. Is MARIANNA still on with us?
Yeah, I think, let me unmute her. But I do get what you're saying now. Thank you is the Vesica Pisces is a portal to creation, and then we plant our seed in creation, and out of the portal, manifestation appears. So thank you, Phil. Thank you, Marianna. Geraldine, any comments from you?
Yeah, actually, thank you. Right in that point where you just said that it creates the Vesica Pisces.
That is it. That is absolutely. I'm sorry.
Wait. Geraldine was making
a point.
No, go ahead. Okay. Wait. I'm wait. Go ahead, Phil.
I was able to come on just when Geraldine, the last few minutes, and I really cannot wait to see the replay, because what she was talking about, actually, a lot of it really helped me.
Right. It inspired you, I think. Well, let me hear what Geraldine was going to say.
To get online, because really everything what you're saying is exactly right. Okay.
Well, let her finish her point. Phil. Well, go ahead. Finish your point, Geraldine. Oh, yes. Oh, sorry. Wait, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, unmute. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Phil. Thank you for that. So really quickly, that Vesica Pisces that's creating, I also wanted to add that what that creates is that vortex, and what the human organism is a vortex. Essentially, we are that vortex, and the dualistic expression of the feminine and masculine, which is within this structure, as it has that alchemical marriage that we talk about, right? The integration between those two is what creates that spiral movement, and the faster that movement moves means the more integration that is occurring between those two dualistic aspects of this organism. And that vortex is basically, that point is basically the 8th chakra, where we are beginning to enter into the non-physical, and it creates another vortex and then another vortex. And so infinitely, it's this spiral movement, just as the multiverse is moving, our vibrational frequency, our essence, the way our energy travels through this organism is exactly in that spiral motion, creating that toroidal field. And every cell of the body also creates that toroidal field. So it's spheres within spheres within spheres, infinitely within the physical body, into the macro, right? So that's all I wanted to say. Just give that visual.
That's good, because that is the wave of Kundalini, that is the life force that flows through all of us. So that Kundalini is creating avenues of Vesica Pisces embedded. Yes, Marina. Yes.
I wanted to add about Vesica Pisces, because it's been in my focus lately. So it's quite synchronistic, because what I learned on our channel about the Vesica Pisces, it's that as a sphere or a circumference represents information about like unity. It's like one, let's say element. When two spheres intersect with each other in a way that its points, they have the perfect distance between the points or the center of each other, there's this special shape that is created in between the two, which is the shape of a C, which we see in the female reproductive system, as well as the throat chakra, because the female reproductive system represents the chakra of emotions. But the throat chakra represents, expression, communication. And actually, when we are showing our emotions, these two align, so that this one can channel the emotion and express it, through the chakra system. So it's pretty much that what I observe,
Yeah, no, that's good. I think that shape is key, because the word Vesica Pisces, talking about that shape that intersects, means the eye of the fish. It's like that. Pisces, the Vesica Pisces, right? Isn't that what it is in Spanish?
Well, I think that's Latin.
Latin, but I think, okay, right. But it's that shape that is the doorway to creation, to vision, to reproduction, to all of that. Phil, any comments before we move forward? Yes, Phil.
Nah.
Okay.
I'm good. I just want to just thank everybody. I think this is a very, very important, this was a very important event to remind all of us that for the true temple to be built, it has to be rebuilt. So that divine presence, that Shekinah or Shekinah, that's right now in a state of exile, because we've decided to divorce ourselves from our true natures. When the temple in man, woman is rebuilt, then the presence of God will return.
Will return, yes.
Turn in her divine glory. She'll be in white. And then instead of being the one who holds matter in bondage, she's of matter. And then we all are on the path of grace and the path of freedom. We are all feathers in each other's wings. We all are here for each other.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Phil Gruber, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to willingly consciously mute myself at this point.
If you can, if it's possible.
I think, Alan, just to add to that, I think
Yeah.
he was trying to say that's how we return to our divine blueprint. The Vesica Pisces, to me, is part of my soul mission. And it represents the harmonic convergence. And for those that do know, back in the 1980s, a million of people actually got together. Alan, I'm pretty sure you've heard that before, and did an entire, I think it was like a blessing, a prayer. It was like a convergence of,
It
right?
was 2 days, and August 16th and 17th, 1987 was the first really spiritual gathering, and people were gathering in all the sacred places around the earth. Machu Picchu, Haleakala, Hawaii. I was in Woodstock at the Magic Meadows. There were people in Sedona, people in Santa Fe, people at the Great Kiva and Chaco Canyon. They were all over, and it was before the internet, but somehow we're all connected. And it was the beginning of a consciousness wave that I think really did affect the morphogenetic field that has allowed us to have this conversation today. So there's been movements of consciousness. Yes. So your next speaker is shaking her head yes about that. So do you want to introduce the next speaker, Marianna?
Sure. Oh, Meher is on. Meher Nasmadon. Yes. From Firebearer Wellness. Me and her did a lot of work together for the DNA Consciousness Awakening. And we have done work with the Vesica Pisces. So I'm very happy that she's there.
Okay. And why is she here with us today?
So she will just add to us a small presentation about what the morphogenesis process is to the awakening process at this time.
Beautiful.
I think it's a great add-on. Fantastic.
Yes. Thanks so much for being here. Mahir, is that how you say it?
Yes, thank you so much for that amazing introduction. And all of this conversation has been just helping me spark more. I just wanted to add a little bit about the time-space concept of it in the astrological dimension of this whole space. So to add to what Geraldine was just talking about in the shape of the Merkaba and how it activates when it spins so quickly, and I wanted to talk about how that propels, why the Merkaba is the safest tool to propel us into other dimensions when we're exploring them, and why it's considered like the navigational aspect of it. And that particular space is because of the spinning of the time, because time itself is nothing. Time is not linear, as we know, and it is the movement of the earth that creates that 365-day time, that is how it's measured in a sense. And then I wanted to add another aspect of time. What Marina touched upon was that the 13, right? And the 13, why it's so important, because of the cycles. Our seasons have 91 days, and that's like 13 weeks long, and then 52 weeks, and half of our year is 26 weeks. It's all multiples of that 13, which comes down to that. And the other part that I wanted to add was the Saturn-Pluto conjunction that happened during the last solstice, which propelled this moving into the Aquarian age further. Was actually the structure of Saturn, within which is the all of the structures, including our cellular structure, our DNA structure, and all of that, within which the expansion, Jupiter, was happening. And as we move from the Piscean age to the Aquarian age, and you just mentioned about the Vesica Pisces, we are moving from the emotional cycles to the cycles of the element of air, and that growth and that technology and so on and so forth. So the technology of DNA, in fact, very interestingly, in the last few days, the asteroid which talks about DNA was directly aligned with the galactic center, which actually is the reason for probably having this today, because time is never an accident, and time is nothing but the movement of time is nothing but the movement of the planetary the 10th dimensional planetary consciousness, which then goes down or dilutes down to the ninth dimensional consciousness and keeps coming down. So as in essence, like what Geraldine was saying, that it's the same cellular structure, and that's why it is all one. And we're all one, and there is no, and all of that is like a reflection, like we're all affected by that time, we're all affected by the movements, we're all affected by all of that. So yeah, I just wanted to add that little astrological time-space element to the whole morphogenesis structure, and that was all I had to
No, but I have a question. So this Aquarian age, this time that we're moving into, does have a different form for the morphogenetic field of human beings, and it's an Aquarian energetics that we are moving into out of the Vesica Pisces, the Pisces form that we've been living in from the watery emotions to the air of higher consciousness, the air sign of higher consciousness. So we are in this phase shift, which is why we're having this conference today. So what do you see as the timeline? Do you see a timeline of 20 years, 100 years, this movement into the true Aquarian nature, when the morphogenetic forms of the human beings will really access the light frequencies and bring it in and acknowledge thoughts or things and all that? Do you see a timeline for that?
Okay, so in terms of timeline, so because right now we're in the middle of the transition, right? So when it came to so one is that the entire era, like when we move from the era of Cancer to the next era, when the world moved, we had the Great Flood. It's documented in every possible religious book and every. So that was an entire, So the other aspect to that is that time is not linear; it's cyclical. So the progress we have made now, and we're thinking we're making a linear progress. We've already made that in Atlantean times and all of that, and it's a wave and it's cyclical. And I'm getting to the point, but so coming to that, astrologically, the process that started in 2012 peaks in 2020 and then goes down, dies down towards 2032. But that is just the shift itself that is moving us into the age, and we're just about entering the era. And then when we will go into it, the transition is the hardest aspect, right? And then there is the part where it settles in. So the transition is now the peak of the transition, which is why it is all into the fourth to the consciousness, and why the discomfort or whatever it is. And then there will be the plateau. So this is just the beginning of the brink of where we are right now in terms of a timeline. That makes sense?
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you. I think, the mapping of time will change as we evolve into the Aquarian age. What we thought was linear, we'll see is spiral, cyclical, and multidimensional, where timelines are overlapping and flowing into each other. So we can't say this is our history or this is our future, because it's many levels of interaction. And then we'll learn how to be multidimensional because we're already non-local consciously, and we'll already be understanding that time, past and future do merge and can be changed. Absolutely. Right, Jodi?
Right. And the most important thing is that we've done it before, over and over.
Right. We're coming into new time. Yeah, Jodi, you look like you were going to say something. Do you have something to say? Channel it through, Jodi. Channel.
I just think we just need to get back to the heart. And I think that's the key. I think love is the answer to everything. And it's a vibration, it's a frequency that we have to get back to remembering and to exemplify that in all that we do, because we're all talking about thought forms and connections to the masculine and the feminine. We need to integrate ourselves more to remember who we really are, but to also know we all come from the same place. And that field is, if we can tap into that field, and tap into the highest understanding of the field, because the field that we have now is about, there's a lot of polarities like people were talking about on this plane. So we need to really kind of move through that to get to remembering the higher understanding, the higher order of the structures that we already are. And in that we can hopefully get through all this, but I think it's going to take some time. I don't think it's going to happen right away. I think we can make it happen, but I think there are too many people with different things that they've learned and unlearned over eons of time.
It's already taken a lot of time though, Jodi.
Time really doesn't mean anything in the bigger picture. It's like a speck of a moment in the bigger picture. So we have to be patient and grateful for what we do know to be able to keep going forward.
So beautiful. But like you're so right about the fact that it's all in the end, it's all connected from the heart space. That's where we connect to all of it. And
it's a frequency that we all are. It's not something we have to get to. It's just remembering and keeping our thoughts, knowing that our thoughts really make a difference. And we have to kind of bring ourselves back to a unity consciousness, but we have to unify ourselves first.
Yeah. That's what it's all about, making contact with yourself and all that. But Marianna, what would you say to sum up? Is that our last speaker? Is that, or is there? Oh, Rosalind. Oh, right. Let me unmute Rosalind. But do you have anything to say about Meher's comments there, Marianna?
I completely agree with Meher. We've done some work on that before. We understanding that time is not linear, it is cyclical. And as we do evolve more into the metahuman and the Homo galacticus, as Alan, myself, and Marina were talking about, we will understand that it's more cyclical. And I think that, okay, well, this was in the past, 1980s, 1990s, will cease to exist eventually, as we all kind of unite.
Will cease to exist, you said? Is that what you said?
I think like in the perception of time itself, there will be more of an understanding that time is more cyclical and that past, present, and future is completely the same thing. Right. And so it all become united. And that's what we're gearing towards. We're gearing towards not only unity of self, of consciousness, not only our human collective consciousness, collective side, but also on the galactic spectrum side. And so I feel like it's the universal consciousness that we're really uniting together through the morphogenetic field.
Well, I think as we embrace quantum physics as the real science of the universe and over Newtonian physics, we'll realize that past, present, and future interacting all the time, and that there is no defined form and things are always changing because it's all a wave, not a particle. And there's more of an abstract awareness as opposed to collapsing the wave function into saying, this is what it is, this, and this. There's more of a, I say in this paper I'm developing, an apprehension of reality rather than a comprehension of reality. So we keep it all fluid and in motion and evolving. That's one of my theories. Marina, anything you want to say before our next speaker about the flow of time? Go ahead. Go ahead, Marina, and then Jodi. Yes, Marina.
Is it about the flow of time? Well, I wanted to comment on that. And it's that, yeah, it's true that, of course, time is not linear, but what makes time an experience, it's consciousness itself, you know, because in our universe, all moments, all, let's say, expression of the light, of the spectrum of light, which is all particles, they actually exist already simultaneously. So consciousness, it's the factor that creates that experience, that illusion of time, by focusing on connecting a geometrical pattern in between all these different infinite points of expression of the all that is. So it's that of a multidimensional quantum physics perspective, you know, how consciousness, without consciousness, there wouldn't be even time, you know, everything is a space, you know. Time is just the relationship between consciousness and all those multiple points of a space.
Yeah, thanks. No, actually, I have to just say, I love looking at you and Jodi, one on top of each other. It's like yin and yang there, you know, on my screen. It's that circle of motion. But Jodi, what were you going to say?
I was going to say basically the same thing, that our focus is when we think of how long, we always think, how long is this going to take? And it, you know, we have, I also think that we create that sense or that field of, or by perception, that we have to get to something that we're not at. We already are where we are, where we're trying to get to. So if we start to really focus on, we're already there, and have that as the intention into the whole field, that if more people could do that, the only problem is we're in these polarities on the planet. So people are focusing on different things, but the intention, people always ask me, so what do you think? How long is it going to take for me to meet this person? Or how long is it? It's always like, and then you kind of, one of the answers is, well, it's divine timing, but it doesn't really seem to help them to come to terms with that. Because then it still feels like you're waiting for something.
Because
So-
they're identifying with the self in a limited time space.
Right.
And what you're saying is we're already there.
Right.
It's all already there all the time.
Yeah, and there really isn't, it's an illusion that there's a wait to get to anything, because we already are there, we're there with what we're looking for. So I was just saying.
We're already outside of time, basically. I
Right.
mean, I
That's
think.
what's getting
already.
confusing for people, because
Only if they think they are somebody, but go ahead, what, sorry?
creating the idea of that we're confused because we don't know, we're like in between, but we're not in between anything. We're actually where we're trying to get to. But if we can recognize that and take that in and really embody that understanding and integrate that into all of our consciousness, then we would know that our consciousness is that consciousness. It's already there.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So, Mariana, do you want to introduce Rosalind?
Sure. So Rosalind Beth Horowitz, I really am humbled by her because she does really embody that ability to show off that Seeker Pisces, the harmonic convergence, the humanity, the unity. We've done many different panels together, and I'm really, really proud to put her on and have her add to our presentation. She actually does encompass that divine feminine Shekhinah Sophia, ancient knowledge. She really does. So I think we could definitely benefit with that. So welcome, Rosalind.
Thank you, Mariana. I'm so very honored to be here. Can I be heard? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, so I'm really glad to be here, and thank you for that beautiful introduction, Mariana. I just want to say how grateful and how amazing this entire co-creation and giving of ourselves has been. It's been just amazing, and I think it's raised everyone's vibration extremely high. It was extremely activating, and for anyone who's here watching and everyone who's watching, may I suggest integrate and hydrate a lot, because this has been highly activating, and our physical, the informations that have gone out and the activation of the information that have gone out today really will be integrated into every cell of everyone who's with us and watching this. And speaking to what's happening, this is the convergence. The convergence is what we're doing, what is happening now in the morphogenic field. It's the convergence of everything, the convergence of the elements, the convergence of all that's happening now. So in keeping with what I was feeling in connection to what Jodi was saying, in connection to what Alan was saying also about the human, because as we know, we are, and still, and also Mariana, and we are in the human, and there's a reason for that. And there's a reason we were given Gaia. We really have to come back to the heart of what's been supporting us, where we're grounding ourselves, where this whole process is taking place from where we're standing here now. So it is our loving Father, Mother, Gaia, a nurturing, living, breathing, planetary body and soul being in co-creation with great central sun, the entire cosmos, and all the elementals have been providing energetic and biosupplements for nourishing and reinforcing our energetic life force through solar synthesis, fueling us up until we are able to expand, maintain, and assimilate higher bandwidths of vibrational frequency, energetic solar fields, and self-regulate. I lost my place. I get so many downloads, I have to write these things down. Yeah, solar fields and self-regulate the energetic field of our own life force, integral to the wholeness of one. So humanity as a unified body, a crown of light upon the head of Gaia for unwavering service and sacrifices, made for the sake of our learning how to maintain a balanced state in the highest favor of the evolutionary process through consciously affecting the morphogenetic field, through each one being a self-sustaining cellular unit within the whole crystalline structure of the diamond light fields of consciousness and the divine creator's creation, the God source field, being an ever transformational, evolutionary process of expansion, exploration, and experience. A kaleidoscope of infinite wonders in every way. You'll be ready for the next step when you've acknowledged and are grateful for the steps you've already taken to get you where you are now. So if you're here listening to this message that we're sending out now, be proud of yourself. You've already come such a long way. Be open to receive assistance, guidance, love, and to recognize the gifts within every experience that comes to show you the way. Be grateful for all that we are as we rewrite the story of how we became and what will become. The choice is ours. And so it is.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Mariana, are you going to do some channeling for us too today?
I'll add a little bit because I think that I can't surpass what Rosalind has said. I think she said enough. But
well, not super passing any. You're just adding your thoughts and downloads. But thank you, Rosalind. And we're all adding something to it. So if you really created this forum because there was something percolating in you. Absolutely. That wanted to learn and expand and help other people learn about who we really are as human beings and the energetic fields that we're nested in and how that is morphing into some new realities, new forms that we can access more of a greater field of consciousness. That's what. So yeah, if you want to share,
of course. Of course. I actually was guided to do this kind of webinar conference from 2017, but I didn't feel that I had enough knowledge, nor enough research, nor enough study to be able to do that. But then I think right after Thanksgiving, I had a giant push, a giant guidance, if you will, to say, to do this. And I was given a date, January 23rd. I was given Phil Gruber Marina Seren and Geraldine Orozco as the presenters for this conference. But as it grew into more of a community, from what I've seen, I was given the guidance that it will be DNA activation, and it will also be an opening, almost like a portal to bridging a new sort of idea forming and morphing into the morphogenetic field, and almost like seeding the bits and pieces, the concept of the harmonic convergence, and kind of bringing it back into life from 1987 as well. And Rosin did add to that. It is exactly, if you are listening, or you will be listening in the future, or it's all the same. We are literally today, and furthermore, opening the doorways to the platform of all life. The channeling that came to me this morning for Mary Magdalene was, it's almost like what she was talking about, the seed, that as you plant the seed and it grows and it grows and it grows. We are not refurbishing, but we are bringing back the teachings of the Shekhinah. And so panels and conferences and webinars like this not only give us the platform to be able to learn and to study morphogenesis or different processes of evolution, but it gives us the ability to shift our own perception and to shift our own consciousness and evolvement and awareness of our own consciousness. So that way it would not only affect us, but the multitudes and the entire human collective consciousness and the entire spectrum of galactic consciousness as a whole. And so that's why the message that came this morning is doing something like this and bringing forth the knowledge is truly bringing back parts, bit by bit, the teachings of the Shekhinah, but at the same time, opening innumerable doors to the platform of all life. And that is why the Vesica Pisces became such a big, because I had like a nudge throughout the webinar to push forward the Vesica Pisces concept, because the Vesica Pisces is the beginnings, it's the morphing. It's like almost like in Genesis, in the beginning there was light, right? So it morphs from that Vesica Pisces, which is, yes, the two spheres connecting. And yes, within those two spheres, just like Marina was saying, there is that almost like a seed being born. And so within those two spheres, which I always attributed to becoming more whole, and it's, to me, what it truly represents, what morphogenesis truly represents. And that is through the guidance, through the teachings, through the transmissions of Maria Magdalena, through Yeshua, through Anna, through the Christ consciousness and cosmic consciousness, and through the Galactic Federation of Light, that the Vesica Pisces, the harmonic convergence, the Mahatma energy that is within all of us, really truly represents the connecting points of the divine feminine connecting together with the divine masculine, as we become aware and truly affirm those two concepts within ourselves, within that seed, almost like a fish that is being morphed and formed within us. And it truly affirms us being able to be safe, to say, I am divine and I am human, and it is okay, for I am safe to walk this planet, walk this earth, and to raise my vibration and to bring forth exuberantly, to protrude forward my raising of my vibration to the entire collective, so that we can continuously, exactly like Alan was saying, the theory of the 100 monkeys and so on and so forth, that we can affect the planetary grids, that we can affect the morphogenetic grid and the morphogenetic field on a global scale, on a multi-dimensional scale, on a universal scale, multi-universal scale, omni-universal scale, on every grid that we can, in order so we not, just like Geraldine was saying, don't get too conformed or get too tied into the name species. So we can affect not necessarily species, but all evolutions of life, all forms of life. And, we talked about a lot about the evolvement of our human collective consciousness, but it's as above, so below. We evolve together. As Geraldine said, we are not separate. We are all one. And as we all affirm within ourselves, our divine feminine, our divine masculine, our divine aspect together with our human aspect, as we understand that we are fractals of the infinite source being experienced here and embodied here on earth, we collectively shift the vibration and the resonance and help our evolutionary process. Furthermore, as so many star seeds, ET hybrids, so many souls, beings are awakening in record numbers and provide the safety and provide the ability so that our children that are being born now, that are fully awake, that their DNA is morphogenetically advanced, that they understand and they come from the heart-centeredness, that they don't understand the duality, so they can feel more safe to be here on earth, and so they can go forward and be able to continuously raise the vibration of Gaia and help Gaia heal and be uplifted and to ascend continuously into the 5D and into the new earth. So thank you so much, Alan. Thank you to the Wish Alliance who helped put this together. Thank you to Sheila Seppi, April, Alan, Neil, Rosalind, Meher, Geraldine, thank you so much. Phil, thank you so much. Thank you to Marina. Thank you to Neil and to everyone. You guys are absolutely a community of amazing leaders within the spiritual. Thank you.
Thank you for the vision to create this forum. It was quite a course of study. I mean, it's something that, you know, maybe a book could even be made out of it. All these people come in. I mean, it's comprehensive. It was so long Geraldine changed her outfit. It was so long. That's okay. But no, it was really an in-depth study. Yeah. And I think everyone had a little piece that each of us could add to. If we put that all together, it could be a really comprehensive manual for the next phase of evolution. Anybody have something to add? Geraldine or Phil? Phil, you always have something to say as we wrap up here. Thanks for getting a copy of my book, Phil. I always appreciate you, promoting that. Okay, that's all you have to say. That's all you need to say. Thanks. Marina, any final words on this that just pulls it all together? These pieces that we heard from everyone, would you pull it all together into something that people can take home with them?
Well, since Mariana was saying that she's so connected in her mission to the Vesica Pisces, I think it connects perfectly to this workshop because, you know, we're talking about morphogenesis, which is about genetics. And if we see the shape of that seed that we have been talking about, we see that, yes, it can be like a fish, but if we take like all the strands of it, it forms like the shape of a DNA, you know? So that's like exactly how it connects. So I think that's like a perfect synchronicity for us.
Right. That's what Geraldine was saying. As it goes up, it is the DNA spiral, and it's the spiral that is beyond the circular. It is moving into new forms. And I think if I listen to what everyone said, that we're becoming a new species that is unknown. We're taking on a new energetic shape that is new to creation itself. And that will open up more innovation of our brain, more creativity, more inventions, more new ways of expression. I mean, it's unlimited, the pathway of, we'll call it the Aquarian age we're moving into, because it is the unknown. We are moving into unknown realities. And for me, that's very exciting because so much is possible that we have yet to imagine. And so being on the forefront of creation, imagination is filling us with possibilities. So I'm really happy, Mariana, to be a part of this, and everyone here. And Phil, yes, go ahead, Phil.
Well, you inspire me, Alan. And
Thank you. Okay.
The fact that you put new realities out into the greater morphogenetic field.
Yes.
And every of new realities has helped accrete more consciousness into that original intentional field, that everything you've done has contributed to it. And so,
Thank you.
And so I just wanted to say that, I got into complimenting you and I forgot what I was going to say.
No, I have to say just about that. I don't even know where that came from, that idea to call this kind of adventure into broadcasting new realities. It's just like, maybe it came from the future, and maybe it's exactly what you said, Phil. It's it was a framework for
I
invitation of new thoughts. Go
I
ahead.
remember now.
Sure.
Through the looking glass, and what Alice found there, she asks Humpty Dumpty, why is a name so important? And Humpty Dumpty answer.
I don't want to miss the punchline. Go ahead.
My name is my shape. Honor your name, honor your shape, honor your lineage, honor our history as angelic humans, honor the fact that our evolutionary destiny is going to take us into greater expressions of ourselves, higher, more expanded, self-realized expressions of ourselves.
I just want to add to what you said, Phil. It's not the name, it's the vibratory signature. That is what's meant by the name. And as our vibratory signature is amplified, the shape of our energetic field changes and opens up more DNA codons, more neurological pathways, more energetic possibilities. We go into a greater form of complexity to hold more energy in the field. It's the complexity theory, chaos and complexity. The more the systems evolve, the more energy it can hold. So you inspired me too, Phil. So yes. Okay. Is that, I'm glad we have that understanding. Is that all you have to say? I can't believe that. All right. So Jodi,
I'm speechless, Alan. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Jodi, you want to end us all with a prayer? Oh, Leon, did you want to say something? Is that what you're saying? No, you don't want to say something. Okay. Jodi, you want to end us with a little prayer? And unless somebody else has something to say, anybody? No. Okay. Jodi, and thank you, Marianna. It's really been a beautiful afternoon. So, okay, Jodi, it's up to you. And
close your eyes. And everyone look inward for a moment. And as we're looking inward, focus on your own inner shape that holds your soul. And know that your body is a home for your soul to live in and express through in this incarnation. But that we're all part of each other. So even as we emanate our energy, even if we overlap, we're still part of the same source of God consciousness or love, source energy. So it's a frequency that we're connecting to. Even the idea of saying we're connected to something implies we're not completely in oneness. So just start to imagine, image it, image our shape, image our name, even if that's what because people change their names as they're starting to evolve a lot of times. So allow yourself to just be with who you are as who you are now, knowing that we're already kind of the past of our future selves that we're thinking it takes long to come into. And now just breathe. And as you breathe, just keep allowing yourself to hold the intention that we already are everything we're trying to get to and be. And as we allow our whole field to be expanded into the world and many worlds beyond that, we start to feel the full presence of who we really are. That which we already are, remembering. And as you breathe, tell yourself that every time I breathe consciously or unconsciously, I remember the truth of who I already am. And I remember the truth of our oneness, of all of consciousness, in the earth, on the earth, beyond the earth, within ourselves, all the parts of our being, our souls, our bodies, our minds, our spirits, allowing for the expansion of who we are, feeling that expansion. As you breathe, just expand as if your heart center is in all your cells and atoms that make up the shape, the geometries, the sound, the color, the light, as love, the all-inclusiveness of who we are within ourselves, allowing for any perceptions that are illusions, that we're in lack or limitation, that the truth of who we are is already the fullness of being. So as if we don't need to call it to us, we just need to allow ourselves to be here in physical form, evolving consciously from a higher conscious perspective, to expand, to remember how expansive we really are, moving through all dimensions, all our perceptions and the truth of time, if there is time. And just to allow ourselves to, as if we could just become what we already are, by just holding the intention and through our breath, as if we breathe in everything that we are. And it emanates and it directs outwardly through the out breath. We never lose anything. It's always being replenished and recycled. Sort of like how the DNA energy of the strands, it keeps continually having this movement. We're continually moving within ourselves, expanding and contracting and expanding and contracting. And as we do this, we are realigned, or in our perception, with all that already is, not just with being on the earth, but all consciousness that exists through all time, space, and dimensions, allowing for all the parts of our beings that are living in other, that are also existing simultaneously, that we begin to feel the connection to the grander understanding of who we are, interrelated, interconnected, interwoven, as pure love, an all-inclusive energy with no conditions. It's a source of all that exists, and we already are that which we already are. To awaken and activate your codes of consciousness. To remember, make a choice to remember. Bachan isal alechi alachi merashechan erochorikitar. Iskushkitar il alachim. The angels and the archangels surround us, spiraling around us, and the legions of them breathing into our hearts, pure love. As we breathe back from our hearts simultaneously to the angels and archangels and all that are in the legions, remembering our angelic presences, remembering all the parts of our consciousness that are starseeds, indigos, walk-ins, hybrids, and beyond the beyond the beyond in all of these existences. As if we could just recalibrate, redefine, to feel the experience through our physicality of the truth of who we are in our most expanded way, but still anchored, allowing the earth to hold us and to anchor us with her gravitational pull, to be the true mother, holding us in the feminine, awakening the feminine within ourselves, the mother to all the parts of our own selves in the highest vibration, connecting to the great, great, great central sun, the galactic sun of the Father, to bring that energy through us, through the higher chakras, through our crown as the earth mother, breathes her love, her support, holding space for us to be here while we still have the connection to the higher realms simultaneously. Feeling the interwoven energy of the masculine and feminine within us, the mother-father energy being ignited. Inahakinishan oraki malakirada dugur shikitel il akitan durun marashiki lukur shikitar gitar ninuguru yatar. And as you breathe, know that every time you breathe from this point on, consciously or unconsciously, you're integrating the fullness of who you are. And imagine a pyramidic shape around you that goes all the way underneath you, not a triangle, but a pyramid. Doesn't have to have walls. To integrate. For integration, the sacred geometric figure of the energy moving through a pyramid. It inspires us, but it also initiates, bringing us back to the truth of who we already are, and then integrating us so we can feel the full integration of the truth of who we already are. Feel the love permeating your whole being, emanating through you into all those that are on this group today. Continuing out into the earth, deep into the earth, out into the universe, expanding and allowing yourself to create a pillar of love emanating from you. Like a lighthouse, you don't unplug, you just emanate. And feel more of your consciousness being moved through you to remember and feel in your body and beyond the body. And as you breathe, just bring yourself back into normal consciousness, but feeling much more expanded, but grounded simultaneously, held in the support of all the consciousness of love. Take a few deep breaths, start to come back to normal consciousness, and then open your eyes.
Thank you, Jodi. Thank you, everyone. And now I know why I know you for so many years, Jodi, because you are bringing it in. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Marianna. We will do this again for sure. Thank you, everyone listening online, on YouTube, on all the channels, all the connections. Thanks, everyone here in the Zoom room. And any final words, Marianna? Or we'll just say
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, thank you. And we'll see everybody soon. Look for us this coming week on Awaken World Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and on this channel. And we'll talk soon. It was a really nice afternoon. Blessings. Blessings.